Peace out there. Everyone was the deal. Our teeth. So I wait for a couple more people to come in. We're getting up here a little bit late today. It's cool. It's cool. Beauty TV. Besides Beauty TV. Going back to the little basics over here. True light, wisdom be born. Insane and Stretch from Naughty by Nature video. No, I didn't see it. 17-8. Peace. Now, it's a couple of different directions that man can go. What does 17-8 stand for? The bar, Don Bishop, what's the deal? You know, I've been watching a lot of biblical stuff. I guess you could call them documentaries or whatever. I don't think we're gonna be getting into that today, but yeah, what's the science with the what happened on the King's Son and church? Knowledge God a lot. That's what I was thinking. So I gotta ask you. Are you that knowledge God? It's knowledge God that said, I'm an idol worshiper. I mean, so this is not the Inquisition tonight. I just like to be clear. Oh, it's a music video? All right, now see, that sounds good. That sounds good. I'm gonna check it out. That's what I like to hear. I like to hear that. King Math. All right, so yeah, now it's God. Now it's God says he's not that he's not that knowledgeable. Which everybody knows how I am. I just like to be clear on everybody who's running. Now it's God from D Mecca. All right. Divine understanding. Welcome to the channel. I don't know if we met in person or because I met quite a few of the guys from out there. But getting to the topic here of today, right? We gotta keep track of the hours today. I got something I gotta do. We get into the topic of today, right? V is for victory, but what are you fighting for? What are you really fighting for and against who? So like I said, a lot of times, we deal with all these various concepts and everything, right? And especially with the supreme alphabet, right? I find that, sometimes people have kind of glossed over that, right? And don't actually know what the supreme alphabet stands for. You know, the numbers is a lot more direct, right? And the principles is so concrete that it's very, very easy to grasp. You see what I'm saying? And then the cycle, right, of 1 to 9. See, that's different than the cycle of 1 to 26. You see what I'm saying? Meaning in the cycle of 1 to 26, you're not getting to deal with that on the same daily rhythm that you deal with the supreme mathematics. So the question right now, right, is what does victory mean? Jack King, does everyone know what victory means? Anyone can answer that. You don't have to wait for the specific permission. I was born. That's God said, removing the devil's or Yakub's ideas and actions from the cipher. Yes. So practicing, practicing my height on the bar. I gotta get back. Starting to come back. I was born said to overcome an obstacle or adversary, the boss of achievement of a goal through a number of required steps. Anyone else? Anyone else? I understand and say I see it as a sense of triumph, mastery, and to win righteously, a reflection of your actions. God said love, peace, and happiness. Anyone else? Oh, dang. came out and said, I see it as winning after conquering some roadblocks and setbacks. So, them dudes add on here, right? And, because, a lot of this, sometimes you got to remember, you got to simplify it down. But, the key thing that y'all hit here, right, is that victory is when you win. See, now comes in the other part of the title today. What are you fighting for? Right? So divine understanding said living out your culture and expressing your freedom, right? Now, that's your victory. Meaning that's what you set out to do. See, everybody that's what I'm saying. What is it that you're fighting for? Like, you ever see people they could be arguing about who did the most time in jail or something. You see what I'm saying? Now, to most of us, that's not a this is not a competition that you would be trying to win. But if that's what you're doing, I'm just saying that, understand that all these words, right? We don't want to be religious with them, right? And start, putting all this other stuff that's really why Savior said, when one conquers oneself of destruction of one temple from being God, when one conquers oneself of destruction of one temple from being God. You know something? I'm not sure what you mean, but in a minute, what he just said, right, might actually coincide with something I'm about to say. Right? Because see, like I said, right first, you're just dealing with that point, right? Of what is it that you're fighting for? You know what I'm saying? Like, you want to get money, you're looking for freedom, justice, and equality for all people. Those are various things. We see, like I said, right? If you look at some people, at that, if you just cut the tape right there, right? And you don't see the understanding blossom. See, there was people, including 5%, right, who thought that it was over on June 12th, June 13th, 1969. And the people who ever did that, a lot of people who, was just there in the atmosphere and didn't have that degree of understanding, they thought it was over. Now, if what he was looking for was, to live eternally in that body, but that was none of the things where he said that he was doing. If he said he was trying to, become rich, these are other things that those opportunities presented themselves. So, do you really know what it is that you're fighting for? Right now, here's another thing, right? Who you fighting against? See, because you could get caught up, man, and I seen it happen, right? Where it's like you willing to destroy something in order to save it. if you lose track, you understand what I'm saying? You get so caught up in the fight that you lose track of who it is that you're fighting against. Robbie, freedom. Now look, why I say that? I don't know if this is what you mean, right? Felix Almanzar. But check this out, right? He says no drinking, smoking, and hovering yourself out. I'm not sure what hovering yourself out is, right? I'm not sure what he means about what he's saying, right? And maybe I'm projecting, right, my idea, right, of look, when it comes down to who it is that you're fighting against, right? Are you making sure that that person is not you? But what about the people, right, that want to accomplish something, right? And they arguing with everybody else, but the problem is them. What about these things now? He picked out some particular things to speak on, right? Smoking and drinking, right? And covering yourself out. I'm not sure what that is, right? But, whatever it might be, that, you're actually, man, who you're battling against. You're the biggest obstacle that you gotta accomplish getting around. See, that's why I said, sometimes we can leave out all the things, right? We leave out all the things and then we get caught up. We get caught up, right? Because now, you know, we thinking that we doing righteousness. See what I'm saying? Like going out, like look, like I be saying, look, uh, a lot of times you see now look, you see why Savior try to say true indeed. Now he's gonna try to say true indeed, like he was saying what I was saying. You notice that? You notice that with him, right? But look, I'm gonna let you out with that today because you might have been on to something. I don't know. Maybe you starting maybe you starting to achieve a victory of being on this channel. You starting to achieve the victory, right? Of being able to see clearly now. Look, I told y'all, man, you gotta look. Even the devil get a chance to clean himself up. So we're not sure what's going on with why Savior, or his alternate persona, but look, I guess this is once a day. No, this is twice a day, right? So this is one of the two times a day. So I was saying you must save yourself first. You see, I was trying to make this a good experience for you on the channel today, and this is how you do it. District 120 music. But look, that's a good example right there, right? If why I say, I have, he's humorous and everything, right? Why I say it is humorous, you know, but there's nothing, see, like, there's no victory to be achieved, right, by arguing with him. Like you could win the argument, but it ain't really gonna accomplish nothing. It's not even gonna be one of the small victories. You see what I'm saying? They see when they say take the devil off our planet, that's the championship. That's the Super Bowl. But see, it's all these small victories, right, that you gotta have on the way that no one particular one of them, right, is going to take the devil off the planet. But you know how, like, look, you know how you reach that day, right? For those of y'all that had the knowledge for a while, you know how you reach that day where you don't even think about the stuff that you used to eat that was swamp. And then you first get the knowledge, you come in the store, and it's like you conscious, like you know, yeah, oh yeah, that's you know what I'm saying? You know, you still reading stuff, you getting used to the ingredients. You asking brothers, yo, is this right and exact? And then one day you walk in the store, you don't even notice. you, you don't even notice. You don't even go in that section no more. See, that's you know your discipline has paid off. You know what I'm saying? When you fast for your 3 days, see what I'm saying? And your mind is victorious over the desires of your body. You know, all of these is the small things that you got to build up, studying your lessons. And that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of times, you know, you get into these different little, you know, arguments with somebody over something. Yeah, that ain't really gonna. And I'm not saying not to build, right? I love all that part, but at the same time, we gotta put it in perspective. You gotta put it in perspective, even in perspective, right? Because see, everybody's not doing it. See, look, there's a difference, right, between uh people presenting their knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, right, on a topic, uh, you know, that may not exactly coincide with what somebody else is manifesting as a knowledge, wisdom, and understanding on the topic, right? Now, if the purpose of that, right, is for the individual to show and prove that they right, right? Either individual or both individuals to show and prove that they right. That's different, right? From them doing that in order to uh, reach an understanding. So this is what I'm saying, you know, when you get into it, you know what I'm saying, right? You know, when you get into it with now, we are we're fighting each other, right? We're fighting each other to where we lose we lose track of even what's right, right? We just get caught up in the adversarial nature. See, that's one of the reasons why when you build, man, people gotta be respectful. See, because we could be talking about one thing, but then you know, you call me a name now this is something else that we're talking about. our Savior said, you must admit victory of oneself first. Well, I don't like the way you're saying that, uh, as if I was saying something else, and then like you're making me submit to what you said about it, you know. But you know, one is who's the original man. All that above is caused by the Son of Man. So, you know, I wouldn't say uh it's an admission, but I'll say this. Look, I will reiterate, right? I will reiterate victory of oneself, my brother. I can do that much for you. You see what I'm saying about you using wrong words? you, you see, you see what I'm saying? You know, but yeah, I'm in agreement. I'm agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with you there. You know, all things begin with self. And see, that's why I said, see, taking the devil, you know, totally off the planet, right? You talk about ultimate rewards, right? This is something that's a part of the process, right? And the degree is telling you 379 years, right? But have you been setting up home and waiting? Because the knowledge degree said you're not setting up home and waiting. So what does that mean when they say you waited 379 years? It must mean that you wasn't waiting by idle. See, there's a difference. It's like, look, if I go in there in the kitchen, right, and prepare all the food and chop everything up and wash everything down and everything and season it and put it in the pot, right? And say, I I'm waiting for the food to be ready. Yeah, I was doing what I was supposed to be doing. You see what I'm saying? Now that's different than if I just sit in the living room and just say, you know, I'm waiting for some food. That's how I draw it. See, that's I let you get me right there. I let you sidetrack me. Now we all the way up. We all the way up in the 140, right? And we supposed to be dealing with it. You don't know if you know. You don't know if you know the alphabet yet. Because you know, I got a question for you, why Savior. You know, maybe you can add on with the people, uh, you know, the steps and stages that one goes through, right, to achieve victory of oneself, as you call it. I think the people would be, I think the people would be interested in that. You still there, why Savior? Okay, so you agreed here. You said, okay, so let us get the steps and stages, the steps and stages that one needs to take in order to achieve victory of oneself. We'll say you there, why save you? First, you must. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have waited that long. See what you did, the way you left it like that, you left it open. You can see there's a Yahoo jump right there. We'll see. This is your plan right here, right? This is your plan, and you started with first you must. So I'm just hoping that the next line is not begin by grafting from the original. All right, thank you, our Savior, for thank you for dropping in. Said first you must change the way you're thinking if you are an 85%. Okay, but I think we should pretend. I think we should pretend, right, that that we dealing with people that because I mean, what's the point of them dealing with the change unless they've already accepted some things about themselves and about the truth of the truth and reality or the truth of the universe, whatever it is, right? In anything that you're dealing with, if you come to the point, right, where you want to bring about a change, right, then you say you must change the way you're thinking if you are 85% into 5% thinking. Okay, so once again, I'm gonna just say let's go out on a limb here. I know the wise man don't speculate, but let's just we could deal with all the various scenarios, right? So after this one, let's deal with this scenario if we're dealing with an 85%. But let's say, right, just for this scenario, right, so that we can just isolate down a supreme understanding here, right? Let's deal with each situation individually and say that we're dealing with a 5%, right? So they already have 5% thinking, right? Let's start from there and then say, what are the first steps? Hey, where's the B-boy? That's one of the yeah, I don't even know what the word for that is, man. But people that want to be down but don't know how to ask, there's a high percentage of all the shit that goes on in the world that's the root of it. People, people want to be down, but they don't know how to ask. You know? by the stuff that you see. You know what I'm saying? You see people perping all the various people, you know. But I mean, look, I take it as a good thing though. I take it as a good thing, man, that all of those various, imitation is the most sincere form of flattery and those types of things. I look at that as a good thing. See, Julie TV, I was trying to look for the button so I could erase that comment before she saw that. And you go and just call more attention to it. You see, what is this, man? You're trying to turn this in, you're trying to turn this into no jumper or something. It's my moderators, but I need to. Not for nothing, man. The best thing, if you should come on the channel. You still scared? You still running from somebody? So you need to come on the what's the name? I can give you your own segment. You come on and I'll let you talk crazy for about 45 seconds. But you know what he's doing? He's doing his regular. See, instead, he still ain't tell us what's these steps and stages. He still ain't tell us what's the steps and stages that one needs to partake in order to achieve the victory of oneself. I'm saying, no, you scared. You said you ready to come on and what's the name? Hold on, let me put the link in there. Let me put the link in the what's the name then if you ain't scared. Well, this time you've been scared. I don't know why you're saying you ain't scared now. I got my what's the names too. Hold on. I'm gonna mess around. Man, put on a wrestling match. That's a good what's your name? That's a good suggestion right there. Like, why you can put on the Mexican wrestling match, right? And then look, this is your new name. I'm calling you from now on. Wise Mysterio. I'm I'm calling you Wise Mysterio from now on. But hey, listen, that's when you know it's been a good life. That's when that's when you know it's been a good life. You know what I'm saying? You see cats like Wise Mysterio. What happened to the link? Why it ain't going there? Why it ain't going to Yeah, there goes the link for you right there. There goes the link for you right there, Mysterio. Where you can come on and inform us. You can come on and inform us. You know, I'm gonna tell you why it's important. I'm gonna tell you why this is important, right? I'm gonna tell you why this is important. You see, I need to see the ridiculousness. See, the people that don't know, right? The people that don't know why there's still some resistance to, all the stuff being on the internet and, people trying to, just a lot of things that get manifested on here where it's like, look, you can only get exposed to, some facts about our existence. You know what I mean? So, just like I said in the class, right? I could show a 2-year-old a picture of a car, right? I can show them a book with a picture of a car, right? And when we go outside and they see a car, right, they'll know that's a car. They'll say, look, that's a car right there. But they don't know how to drive it. They don't know how to fix one. They don't know how to make it. They can't tell you none of the parts that it consists of. They don't even know what gas is. And see, that's what happens when you get exposed to this on the internet. And see, these are the type of people that's going to be in your midst when this is what you're doing. See, you got to understand that sometimes, see, you might not be with the sucker shit, right? And so that's what you're thinking, right? Is that, because I'm not with no sucker shit, right? Then the sucker shit can never affect me. But no, you want a place where sucker shit survives and thrives. You know what I'm saying? Just by the mix of associating yourself with these mediums. When I say these mediums, what I mean is from the time you get a microphone, see, right now, you can say what you got to say and you can do what you got to do. Or you could write it if that's how you want to deal with it. If you're going to dance, whatever. But see, once you get some other medium, right? Whether it's the radio, whether it's the TV, whether it's the internet or whatever, you got to understand what that's about. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying you better understand, right? That now this is something else. This is not just you. This is not just you speaking now, right? This is some other amplification device right here, right? That houses and amplifying without adding or taking away some from what you originally said. You know what I'm saying? You start doing all of this, you start losing power over who it is that you're talking to. Like, yeah, you can put a message out there in the atmosphere, and for those that choose themselves, yeah, they can hear it. But yeah, everybody else is hearing it too. You see what I'm saying? And so just like with anything else, right? They try to do their best, but that's one of the things that happen on the internet, just in general, not just dealing with us, but just the fact that, you can't you can't really control, like you put whatever out there, right? It's little kids, it's, all various people who they not ready for that. It's people of varying mental and emotional capacities, right? That's one thing. Listen, if it's one thing that I learned on this channel, is that there's people of varying mental and emotional capacities. So see, even the stuff that you building on, right? If you just came on here and you talk with fire and brimstone, right? And everything is the knowledge out of cipher degree and the 1 to 14, right? There's some people, right, that don't have the mental and emotional capacity, right, to understand what you might mean when you building on those things. And see, all of that, right? All of that is a part of what we give up when we start putting this into the varying mediums. You know what I'm saying? Now, look, we've had other times where we discussed what is the positive parts. You know what I'm saying? That there's people that, from varying degrees, some people, was just being introduced to the knowledge. When they got introduced to this channel and now they know what's wrong. Some people, they already had the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? But, through coming on here, that helped them to ignite their own spark to learn 120, come to, the rally, show and prove, participate in various things. You understand what I'm saying? So, all of that ended up being positive. You know what I'm saying? Various, family ties. You know what I'm saying? That, first started here, you know what I'm saying? But, ended up, being the foundation of a lot of great things that happen. So, there's the positive part, but that's what I mean when I say you got to know what it is that you're dealing with, right? I mean, you got to know the protons, the neutrons, and the electrons. You see what I'm saying? Because there's positive and negative, right? There's positive and negative in everything. So, you got to know how to weigh it and judge it. All of this, man. Just like, it's it, that's, but you know what? That's just the reality, man. That's a part of they continue daily. So all of that is a part of the adjustments that got to be made. You can see over time, right? What happens is they got to be more and more covert. They got to go back to being covert about what they was dealing with. You see what I'm saying? Meaning, like, see, when they first came, and you got to make an interorientation, right? So you making a deal because you ain't strong enough. So you got to camouflage the shit and all. Now we friends and shit. You know what I'm saying? Why you working behind somebody back to snake them? You see what I'm saying? Then really cut to the chase. You know what I'm saying? The industrial revolution. Now you got uh advantage where you're strong enough where you could just come out and start, you know, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? You could just roll through, spook people up and not really, but now over time, what happens is they got to go back to being more and more covert. You see what I'm saying? So now, let's take that right there. They don't say nigga, right? But they got various terms that you've seen them move into over the years, inner city youth, uh, disadvantage, various, whatever, right? uh, you know what I'm saying? So now because you still you communicating the same thing to the same people that need to hear it, but it's more covert. You see what I'm saying? And so, uh, these types of things. You said who's covert? Well, what's covert is the way that the internet can uh, it can multiply the force, right, of uh, 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 really anybody, but just the way negativity works, right? The way one bad apple spoils the bunch, right? It works in a way that makes it easy for individuals such as yourself to um, sidetrack sidetrack progress. That's what is covert is that they sell it to us as just lighthearted entertainment or some type of technology advancement that's good for us, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's one of those things that it's like, okay, you could just kind of set it up, right? And let the nature of different people, right? Let the nature of different people play out. So when you have righteous people, when you have Luciferians, when you have scammers, when you have marketers, you know what I'm saying? All these are just just some of the various people I'm saying that interact right on social media. So that's the 10th degree and 14. Snakes don't sting, they bite. I always thought of that degree as a covert operation. Those are just the various things that, you know, the, even the sense that, you know, we all have, depending on how you want to look at it, it's like, yeah, we all walk around with the alphabet boys in our pocket. Like we walking around. Listen, we got the whole Justice Department. We walking around with the whole Justice Department and look, just feeding our information to it. So yeah, that's what I meant specifically, because I would have to say why Savior, and this is something that this is one of the things that make me doubt a lot of conspiracy theories, is that the people that they claim to be like a part of the conspiracy, I don't know if they got the mental and emotional capacity to be a part of a real covert operation from a knowledgeable standpoint. See, I can ask somebody, do me a favor, walk from right here to over there. Right now, that them doing me that favor could be, I need you to do that distraction for whatever it is I might want to do, right? But you was never hip to what was going on. See, like people in the military, they can tell you, look, go over there and take that hill. That's all you know. You don't know what the whole objective is. Sometimes they tell people, take that hill. All right, come back. So that's the type of thing that uh that's the type of thing that people are gonna have to be victorious. People are gonna have to be victorious over, in the future. You see what I'm saying? Because uh, you know, they not controlling people with whips and chains no more. They controlling people with ideas. And so, all they got to do is put all these ideas out there, right? And then put them in the forum. And then especially, right? Especially if that forum, right, consists of people that's in poverty, then you really ain't got to do that much more. Bombs is going to just start going off in whatever community that is. If you put those elements over there together, certain things you ain't supposed to mix together. Certain things, if you mix it together, it's volatile and high explosive. Right, the new pins and needles, exactly. Those is ideas. See, they can't just, statistics on that now. They can't just disappear. You know, dark skinned people can't just be going to the hospital and never coming back with a baby. So in this day and time, that's how they got to, you understand what I mean? They got to uh 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 put ideas in their head, right? And then you got the various wild beasts that's out there, right? The various whether you want to call them institutions or whatever, right? That the youth get involved with, right? The youth get involved with it and it chews them up, man. You know what I'm saying? When you go out there in society, it's various things that you can get into, right? That will chew you up. You know what I'm saying? Especially before you have the experience, right? When you're still a baby. Yeah, the bar, that's another science right there. We don't too much touch on that kind of high level politics like that, you know. But I do think it's something to that. I do think it's something to what's going on over there, right? Uh, and I don't want to be religious. I'm not saying that this is all nothing. Uh, like no prophecy being fulfilled or nothing. But I'm just saying, just when I draw it up, right? It's like the countries that they got over there now, right? Is they was formed. That's the remnants of the Ottoman Empire right there. You know what I'm saying? And you know, dealing with what we've been dealing with today in terms of victorious, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's clear that at least some factions, right, is thinking that okay, now we can achieve total victory. You know what I'm saying? Like they was able to form it into what it is now, right, from World War One. You know, and I'm saying like, you know, thinking about it from the perspective of uh I mean, it's not happening the same way, but yeah, it is kind of Europe on the rampage again. It is kind of Europe on the rampage again, and it's clear that the interorientations that they made right over the last whatever years, those ain't working out no more. You know, not necessarily does any of that necessarily got to do what am I going to do about any of that? I'm gonna keep doing. I'm, I'm gonna look. I got the book bags. I'm giving out the book bags either on the 29th or the 30th of next month. You know what I'm saying? You know, we're gonna keep doing the boxing classes. And we keep teaching how I've been teaching. That a lot of the father was victorious while he was here. See, it's just the way you be talking, right? The way you be talking, man. It's like, look, like, see, when you say stuff like that, right? Like, that's when the matches come out. That's when the matches come out. Hey, look, somebody turn up the gas, dude. Somebody turn up the gas, man. And this is about to get, hey, look, this is when you fire up the hot seat. Allah the Father was victorious while he was here. Okay, I'll bite. What about now, Wild and Stereo? How about now? Is is he victorious now? Jake, that's what he called me, random Jews. See, this is I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's that this stuff is why you gonna say what? Was I not clear? Is Allah victorious right now? In this year, this month, this day, and this time. So I'm gonna tell you what was outstanding to me about this, right? Is to me this is intriguing, right? Because This is something this is a new experience for me. Like it be people that come around now, right? And I've seen them, on the internet for years, right? Saying that they got that look, the 85s would have ran them away. The 85s would have ran them away. We came around and said, yeah, man, some cats over here purple. We had to, we had to, don't worry, God, we have it. We got nobody. But we knew they wasn't with y'all. It's people, I, that people can just come around and do this, and it's like, yeah, we don't know everybody no more. Like, see, he come in here and talk all this shit, right? We ain't gonna see him in school tomorrow. If you just back then, I'm telling you, the whole school, it'd be full. Look, the older brothers would be coming up out of school and everything. Okay, what up, brother? You talking like a large day? Oh man, bro. Woo, woo. So you said, of course, Allah the Father is in 2025. Is he victorious? Is he victorious? And if he is, then why'd you use that? Why'd you say while he was here? Yeah, I'm telling you, man, one of these days, I want to get all these people together. I think we could do a TV show. Well, not TV, but like YouTube, we could have, we could have like a whole show, right? Like, look, I'm talking about we need to go back. Remember Al, what was his name? Al Baghdadi? No, that's somebody else. What was his name? Al Brooklani. Remember Al Brooklani? You said in the physical. What does in the physical mean? But yeah, all these various people, right? You know what I'm saying? If I could just you know, uh even my man, which he's already Muslim guy, but we get him on his other Muslim guy brothers, you know, and just some of the various people over the time. Who's the other brother that came on right before him that started coming on? If I could get all of them like on a panel, right? Where I get them on a panel, right? And then I have some questions prepared. And then, we go through various signs. I think that would be, I think that would be a, I think that would be high power. Complete, whew, you don't even know. I mean, policy. And this started out, this, all we was talking about is victory. And so we was talking about is victory, right? And just saying, look, do people know what's the rewards that they looking for? You know what I'm saying? What's gonna bring a person peace and happiness. You see what I'm saying? Because a lot of times that's what people get caught up, right? Get caught up in the fighting and lose track, right, of what was the actual goal that you was fighting for, right? You get caught up in who the people is. That's one of the reasons why we not pro-black or anti-white. You see what I'm saying? Well, we just jumping in, right, uh, to a battle based on who's on what side, right, rather than what's right. Now, see, complete, that's what I'm saying. That's what you said, the destruction of doubt, confusion, and fear, right? That's your victory. But victory just means when you win. And some people is out to win. They play stupid games. And so what they win is stupid prizes. See what I'm saying? That's the science of being the father of establishment. So now you father of establishment, your name goes down in history. All all, all the jail channels, all the gang channels, they say your name. But you did life in jail. You got shot up multiple times, did life in jail. And because now they have to maneuver around things you did, all the people you love and shit had to suffer. But you was victorious in your undertakings. So you had fun all the way to hell. It works out like that. You see what I'm saying? Now, see a person like that, right? Now you get to the other part of the what I'm saying is now, do you realize who it is that you're fighting against, right? And you know, uh, do you have the understanding that that opponent might be your own self? You might be the most person, you might be the most person that's working against everything what you're trying to accomplish. So we started off there, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, for me, like I said, I think, first of all, this stuff is fun. I don't know what it is, but I get a kick out of people like Watch Mysterio. You know what I'm saying? But also, it's a unique experience for me, right? People, just coming out of left field and just, walking up saying peace, God, like that, that just did it. That didn't happen. That's just not, you know what I'm saying? Like if is I can't it's this is new experience. This is new experience. Is it generally accepted that ignorance is an enemy, given that there is a spectrum of understanding and emotional maturity? Yeah, look, that's one of the small victories, right? Like I said, taking the devil off the whole planet, that's the Super Bowl. That's the heavyweight belt. You know what I'm saying? But you're gonna have to have fights that build up to that. So that's one of the things. It's like, okay, Now you achieve the victory over the ignorance, right? But then you got to achieve the victory of putting the knowledge that you gain into activation. So you got a lot of people with all type of knowledge, and you don't even know it. They ain't never said nothing or did nothing, and that would leave one to believe that they know anything about that. You see what I'm saying? And now each one of them ciphers, right, that your knowledge is adding, going all the way from knowledge to born. And now the whole cipher is complete. But you had to complete the cipher of knowledge. You had to complete the cipher of wisdom. You had to complete the cipher of understanding all the way down the line. Is anybody, what's the, yeah, a little bit change from Sean. So yeah, that's what we started out at. You know what I'm saying? Antoine King, welcome to the channel. And then like I said, you know, Wise Mysterio came in and to me it shows, albeit in a lot of times a humorous way, right? The kind of thing like this is see these is the people that hot seat was a problem for. Like a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? People, you come around now, right? And brothers actually be like, yo, brothers, nah, it was people like this that existed, right? But they just didn't last as long. And how long you said you had the knowledge? Wise Mysterio? 1991, 92? Did you say 1991? He exists for this length of time. You said your attribute is wise savior God of love. Yeah, but see, your random Jew's name is Wise Mysterio. that's that's you got two choices. You can be Wise Mysterio or you can get off the channel. That another good example, complete. Another good example of just like I just you know, I just I'm speechless and look, like I always say, a person come on here and talk for 3, 4 hours, right? And then something leaves them speechless. That's some high power shit. Yeah. He said he had the knowledge since 1991. You know, I mean, see, I'm gonna tell you a thing about New York City, right? That other cities is not necessarily that way. See, New York City was built, a lot of New York City was built before it was cars. And so New York City is really designed for you to walk around and for people to be outside and you to be interacting with people. You know, there's all these hubs, you know, all over where if you live in an area, there's just a good chance that you're going to go through, you know, if you live close or you go to school close to the same hub as somebody, you're going to run across. And right now, right, if I meet somebody in New York City, right, that I ain't never seen before, they automatically suspect. Like, I mean, if they young or something, that's different. But I'm talking about somebody that's up, you know what I'm saying, close to my age. I never seen you before. Like, there's people that I've seen around for years. I just never had a conversation with them. But you're like, yeah, oh, yeah, I know the guy. I know the guy face or whatever. Or, you know, I seen the guy building, but I just never had a personal conversation with him to say I know the brother, right? That's one thing. But I never seen you before. I can't really. So, you know, when you have stuff like this right here, you know what I'm saying, where it's just like, yo, how does see like all of this, right? Like, look, why your name is alive, or why you saying your name is alive, wise Mysterio. He said, Allah the Father inspires me to advocate changes. Yeah, but that don't make no sense. Because how could you, Allah the Father inspires you to advocate changes, but then you claim that I'm somehow a slave to the sciences of 1964. See, this is another thing you keep doing. You keep saying Allah the Father, right? As if somebody might mistake you for Allah. Like you need to specify that because because somebody might think you're talking about yourself. Why you feel that you need to say Allah the Father? You gotta watch you gotta watch these all these subtle little things in language. See how you keep saying that Allah the Father? Those is people that can't accept, right, that the black man is God. They're still God fearing. They're still God fearing, and they think that is something out there that you better not disrespect by calling yourself Allah. Yeah, you better not call him Clarence. But look, he said his name is Allah. Like what is just the, like he said that his name is Allah. He never said his name was the Father. But see, that's the type of thing that you gotta watch. See, the people that did, you can't just say that his name is Allah. Then the same person get up here, oh, your name is Allah, his name is not. You inspired him or he inspired you? Like you just said. To me, that's I mean that's uncanny. Let me ask you something, Wise Mysterio. Yeah, you said is he my father, right? He's the father of this nation. And I'm a practitioner, right, of his teachings. I agree, right, that the law of the universe is supreme mathematics. But people that's not in the nation, I don't know why they say a lot of father or the father or whatever. Why do they say that? Because it's not your father. Said, why Savior God allows your attribute? What is an attribute? So this is what I'm saying. If you're inspired by Allah, right? Then what is attribute? Like, why do you teach so many things that Allah didn't teach? That's the question. This goddess stuff, attribute. What gives with you? This is my audio is low. This is Eric Cook's. This is Eric Cook's uh alternate personality or whatever it is. We got various we got various personalities. The sign brass. Eric Cook. See, and let me tell you another thing about these people, right? Another thing about this science. Let me tell you another thing why this is important, right? God, you're never going to be successful with this kind of people in your ranks. You're not going to be successful with jackasses in your ranks. You remember, we should say a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. You said it was told to me in 1991 to choose my attribute from the supreme alphabets. And who told you that? Wayne? You gotta let that what you talking about, government name and attribute, that's not a lot talk about honorable names and righteous names. The stuff that you're talking is, I mean, I hear you, but why are you so disrespectful? I mean, well, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think that I said, right? That is particularly disrespectful. I know it's gonna be a long list. Let me get it quick. let me get, let me get a lightweight set in over here because I know this is about to be a long list. I don't know. I walked into that one, didn't I? That's why you gotta stay sharp. That's why. See how I just did that to myself? So I tell you these victories, you gotta stack them up. You gotta stack them up second by second. I told you some of this stuff. So you can have a whole string of victories and fuck it up in one fucking time. So Frankie Blanco, welcome back. See, like I said, look, if the 10% is trying to conceal the truth, right? And then they let the cat out the bag one time. Then they fucked up the whole last 35, 50 years. You can't put it back in the back. The people can't unknow what you done revealed now. You just fucked up 35, 50 years. So my name ain't no damn Mysterio. Call me by my name. Look, I call you by your name when you show your face up. And how I'm supposed to respect, how I'm supposed to have all this respect for blips on the screen. And see, if you was just somebody like, look, my default condition, right, is to be of respect. That's my default condition. To see by many of the statements that you've made, right, and the fact that you won't fully stand on them, uh, you've earned you've earned my willingness, right, to let you know in no uncertain terms, right, about everything that I think about you. You know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, that's one of the things, right? That's one of the things is that you've made yourself a mysterious. You've made yourself. Shout out to Frankie Blanco for that. What's that? Super chat. I don't, I don't get these often. So I think that's a super chat. Shout out to you. Proper planning prevents poor performance. So you said I'm just damn disrespectful. I mean, I don't really think that I've been disrespectful. You know, the facts is, right, that it's hard for me to really tell where your heart is. You know what I'm saying? But if your heart is in the right place, right, and you sincerely love the laws of mathematics, then you need to be re-educated. That's the best I don't know. Maybe that sounds disrespectful as well. Uh, but uh, you free to go out on your own. You see, like how you hear, that's what I'm saying. You want to be building, you want to be running your mouth and adding on. You don't have to do that. You can come in, listen to the live stream, right? Not say nothing, like I've asked you to do multiple times, right? And then just say, yo, you know what? These things right here that the brother said, I agree with. And these other shit over here, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. That's some bullshit. And then you could have just took the part, you could have just took the part that you agree with it. You understand what I'm saying? And kept it pushing with that, right? And threw the other shit, right? Threw the other shit out your mind. And then nobody would have even been you would have just been doing your thing. Seeing truth. You see? But you just can't do that. But that's the best I could tell you. You know, the world is out there. That's what you gotta remember. The world is out there. So see these various teachings that you have, right? That you don't agree with us on, right? This is not by force. Nobody's gonna force you to have our understanding. But we also don't want to be forced, right, to have your understanding. But see, the one thing, right, that, you know, I still wouldn't say it's forced, but see, the one thing that can't be denied, right, is when you go out there and manifest the truth. You're right. I can't control your knowledge and my understanding, but I can observe it. And I can see if the result of your knowledge and my understanding, right, is born alive or if it's born dead. And so right now, right, where's the life that you manifested from that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding? See, that's the real deal. Is that you here trying to see we've achieved many victories since day one, right? Just our very existence, but various things, whether it was things that Allah accomplished, whether it's things that we accomplished. See, that can't be disputed. See, just like, look, you got various players. They be like, yo, is this player good? Is this player great? But see, once they win a championship, Yeah, hey man, they they in the Hall of Fame now. Say the same here. Same as what? You're not the same as me. I hope that's not what you. I hope I hope that's not the suggestion that you was making right there. Is that you the same as me? What you say? You say here. Is that what I'm saying? I don't know about no life that you manifest. It used to be a time where, before uh the whole mental health kind of world was like mainstream knowledge. You know what I'm saying? I remember a time when we might see somebody like this, and somebody might say, "Yeah, the knowledge drove him. The knowledge made him like that." It was, but look, the knowledge don't do that. It does not. Like people should be, the knowledge, his brain cells, whatever happened, exploded or something, and then it came out like that. Said to be about a large population, you must educate and be wise. All right, now look, I'm just saying, just from my perspective, just from what I see from out here, right? You a little bit lacking. You a little bit lacking on those two criteria. Like if that's the criteria, I don't know. I don't know if you're gonna take that disrespectful. I'm giving you. I'm telling you in a straight up. I'm just keeping it in the butt. It appears that you lacking on the criteria there. If that's how you be a 5%. Yes, now there's the other dude that was about. Remember the person that came in last time that they was talking, or what's his name? You see, smell because you hit someone in the head right there. See, when you say, we have magnetic, that exactly. See, when you don't have magnetic, right? When you don't have magnetic, these people don't exist. Like, look, watch this. Uh, Watch Mysterio. Why'd you pick this channel? And why pick this channel right here, right? With all of these hard-headed people, right, that already think that they know what's going on, right? Why don't you go to another channel, right, where it's 85% that, as you said, right, you can help them to change their thinking from 85% to 5%. Why not? Why not pick a channel like that? You know, or just, clearly, if you got a name, if you got a name right here on the comment section, you have a channel. You say, well, I'm being disrespectful. Does that mean, does being disrespectful, does that mean that I won't let you be my friend? Because that's what it appears to be. That's what it appears to be. Uh, and look, I'll admit I am funny that way. I am funny that way. I don't loan out no magnetic. I'm funny with that. So you want to go places in the world and tell people that me you be building, right? But then what that's going to do is involve me with your bullshit. See, look, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you one things that that we used to say that we used to say when I was young and in knowledge about the flag, right? And the 8 points on the cipher, that those were swords, right? And that anybody that tried to penetrate into the righteous cipher, right, of sun, moon, and star, is going to be impaled on those swords. Their heads will be taken by those swords and trying to penetrate into the cipher of righteousness. And so, if you keep, coming like how you be coming, then yeah, you're going to continue, right, to catch those swords. You said, I'm a large 5%, 1,000%. I don't know if that's possible. Like, can you be a large 5% and the rest of the large 5% don't know you? Like I'm just saying, as a from a I guess a philosophical point of view, just a question. Because I always look at it, what I'm saying, just I know how I came 5%, right? And I know how all the people that I know came 5%. So what I'm wondering is how does, with that being, right, with the way to become a 5% being to walk with the 5%, right? How can one be a 5%, right? How can one be a large 5% and nobody from a large 5% knows you? Yeah, I mean, it's so Almighty say cool. He understands what I'm saying. He says emphatically no. Yeah, I don't know how you could accomplish that. And I'm just saying, like, as people, right? Why we don't why we don't detect that? You know how like it's a block party in the neighborhood, and you hear the music. You know what I'm saying? You might get a little closer. They might got some food cooking out there. You smell the food. You know what I mean? Like you can detect. You got five senses, right? They say six now because they put balance as the sixth sense, right? But you got all of these senses to detect, right? All the various phenomena in the universe, right? From the sun to that cookout, right? We can detect, and we have abilities the way our ears hear and everything. We can detect where sound is coming from and all of that, right? Why are we not detecting the manifestation, right? Why are we not, this powerful manifestation, right, of the laws mathematics that you claim to produce, right? Why we don't detect it? You said the rest of the large 5% knows me and loves me. You just don't. Oh well, look, then I apologize then. Being that everybody else knows you, hey, look, see now I got to get on them. Why y'all ain't tell me this was y'all homie the whole time? Y'all got me up here talking. Y'all got me up here talking, and y'all ain't tell me the whole time that he's down with y'all. What kind of brothers and sisters y'all? I don't know what's going on with the whole random Jews. I don't know what's going on with the whole random Jews. That something like that might happen. See what's going on. Harmony and quality. I see you down with all this goddess talking. Down with all this goddess talking. Well, touch my pearls. So man, I guess it's time too, man, because I gotta go handle a handle in a few minutes. But so we got any questions here, man? We got any questions? I got some stuff I've been working on. The next episode's coming up. We about to have some fun. we about to have some fun. I mean, we said the herbs are God essence. Try to don't try to save face now, homie. Don't try to save face now. Watch Mysterio. I just told you. Once the cat is out of the bag, you can't spill milk. Yeah, no, let's I don't know. Let's get back to regular. Let's get back to regular. But I'm telling you, it's a way y'all don't understand, man. This could be a real show. And see, we can have call-ins. You can have call-ins where look, y'all can call in and ask these various people, because I know y'all have questions for them. I think it would be very entertaining. Cheeto, uh, whew, he's now so- That's what I'm saying. Let's get some real questions. Let's get some real questions. Uh, let's get some real questions that some people that is interested in knowledge, to begin with, or to elevate, might want to know, because a lot of times that's what it is. It's just things that, sometimes something happens, you know what I'm saying? Like just in my travels, or I might be building with somebody or something, and something might come up. And then I just wonder, like, y'all wonder if people that come on the live stream need to hear that. You know what I'm saying? So, and I like to go down to the simple stuff. Today we dealt with uh, the supreme alphabet because I find that a lot of people is confused when it comes to the supreme alphabet. And, uh, people, when they say what is knowledge, right? They don't say uh, me learning that the black man is God. But when they deal with the alphabet, they kind of communicate it in a way that, kind of only applies to the nation. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when you deal with a degree like today, that's what you're going to hear. You're going to hear about the victory that a righteous person in the nation wants to achieve. You know what I'm saying? The ultimate victory at that. You see what I'm saying? Because it's various things, right? Like, look, peace and happiness. Look, you going to get an education. You accomplishing that, right? You getting that degree. You know, that one particular thing is not going to take the devil off your planet, right? But that's going to be one of the many things, right, that lead you into a life that can be peaceful. See what I'm saying? One of the things, in terms of even, communicating this knowledge, that we just dealing with the knowledge and wisdom and drawing it up. Like we don't have hadith and all of this stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? We got some wise and dynamic brothers, right, that existed. They walk here on the planet and had some experiences before we had them, right? And so, a lot of the wisdom and understanding that they shared about being successful, you know what I'm saying? We draw that up. But we don't got all this hadith and all that stuff like that. But see, uh, people that come in our midst may not understand it. You understand what I mean? It all, some of it comes from the perspective that if they coming from religion already, right? And so now they looking at this as just another religion, a better religion, maybe with different principles, right? But, you know, a lot of times, a lot of people is still going around looking for the person who's described in these books. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, a magical being that exists everywhere. This is this is who and what they looking for. You know what I'm saying? To be the result of them getting the knowledge themselves or them studying the lessons. You know what I'm saying? You thinking that uh, when you learn 120, right, then all of a sudden now you're going to have some special powers. And so that's what happens. A lot of people, they come disenchanted because they coming into this thinking that they learning a separate religion, right? They waiting for the magical powers to kick in. They get to the 1 in 36, right? And they see that, nah, it's just the reality. It's just the reality of, what I'm saying, the only victories, right, is those of the ideas and the people that's right here. It's not, what I mean by that is that it's, the saints ain't coming marching in. The the rapture, whatever is supposed to happen, I don't know, in the various, you know, I don't know, Jesus, Muhammad, whatever, yeah, ain't that like that. If it is, it doesn't appear like it's gonna happen. It doesn't appear like it's gonna happen in no period of time that's gonna work out for us. That's like if somebody tell you, look, I'm gonna give you $10 billion in the year 2350. See, none of us right here, right now, right, is gonna be around in 2350 for that to count. So, I'm just saying, just to make, you know, each individual, for one, to make their wisdom clear to the people. Because that's the part that's really your duty. right? Is to make it clear. That's the person's victory. They got to draw that up. You know, once the knowledge and wisdom has been made clear, right? Now it's up to them to draw it up. That it, I guess sometimes that's what happens. We have all heavy hitters. We have all heavy hitters in the audience here at Randy Drew sometimes. So then when I open up the floor and ask do we have any questions? Everybody already knows everything. It's either that or you know what it is, right? Just look, y'all gotta write it down. I'm telling you, that's what's happening to some people, right? There's some people that look, they had the question already, they had it yesterday though. You see, when I didn't come on yesterday, then that fucked up the whole flow. See, now they don't remember the question that. That question was like, yeah, the next time the guy comes on the line, I'm gonna ask that. Three Almighty God body. That's quite a name right there. What's your what's your name? What's your righteous name? Wait, who's messing up what flow? What are you talking about? So how many meals a day? I actually you know, the last like week I haven't been eating. I've been super, I like to I mean I don't really count, but yeah, that's probably, you know what? That's probably something I need to fix. Yeah, I don't have a necessarily a law with that. You know what I'm saying? Like it could be one time, it could be 5 or 6 times. You know what I'm saying? That's probably not good. You said my righteous name is, wait, that whole thing is your righteous name? You said your righteous name is Free. Put that in there again for me, please. So your name is free, but that's what I'm saying. You spell it out. So what is that? Does that stand for something? Right. That's what I'm saying. So that's an acronym. Is it an acronym? I mean, it's I'm not saying you're not on deck with me. I just like to know. I just like to know who everybody is. All right. So what is the acronym? What does the acronym stand for? I mean, not for nothing. And I know that this is the internet, right? And so look, this is something that's funny about me, right? But I'm still, you know, I apply myself to the internet in most ways the same way I do in the street, right? If I'm, in regular life, not the street like in the street, right? You know what I'm saying? But I mean, if anywhere you was, you know what I'm saying? If you was at a pool hall, right, and somebody came in, right, and they, you know what I'm saying, they greeted you, ask this person, still, find out some things. Oh, so forever righteous, eternal entity. Okay, so is a lie in your name? Ever righteous, eternal entity. So, so it's forever righteous, eternal entity, almighty. Said almighty is Allah or forever. See, all right, this is one of the things I'm talking about, right? What is your righteous name? That's fairly cut. Like my righteous name is Darkim Be AllahChrist, right? What's your righteous name? Yeah, I thought it was Darkim Be AllahChrist. I mean, yeah, but look, you see, look, the 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 one thing I like about me saying is these are good tests. She said part of self be a lot of typos. See, this is how you gotta see. Look, I don't know. Just now, the way you chop my name up, it don't seem like we on the same wave. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look, one of the very first things, right, when I came into knowledge, that was, look, you walk in, right, you the guys or whatever. Now you with these brothers that, of course, you know them, whatever they introduce you, but as y'all going around to various places, right, and the other people don't know you, they saying, yo, greet the God. And so you know how to say peace, you know what I'm saying? You know, what's your name? I mean, that's the first thing, but then as you start to grow and develop, right, you know, isolate mathematics, where you from, these various things, because, you know, uh, how do we get to born and we don't know each other? You know what I'm saying? We gotta get to the point where we know who everybody is, man. That's in look, that's just number one. See, we supposed to, power sons, we supposed to, you know who each other is, right? And know what we can do. You say you was born in Pelon and raised in Mecca. And what year was that? Castle Hill to Polo Grounds. All right. And what year was that? Okay. So you around the same. But yeah, at any rate, welcome to the channel. You know what I'm saying? There's probably some things that it's probably some things that you'll end up uh learning on this channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, the first thing that kind of drew my attention to you is that you had God body in your name. So, this is a slang term that you know became very popular, but it's not even, like, look, why not God mind? Hey, look, you around my age, right? You from New York, so I know you remember Jesse the Body Ventura. And then you remember when he ran to become the governor, when he ran to become the governor of Minnesota, right? And then people was calling him Jesse the Body, and they was bringing up all of the wrestling stuff. Then he changed it. He's like, nah, my name is Jesse the Mind, because uh, he wanted people to recognize him for his mental capacity. You see what I'm saying? So God body is slang indeed, but I use it when I'm being more physical and mental. So, okay, can you break that down for me? Like, how can you be more physical than mental? Right. Now, see, look, so like when you say it's slang indeed, so you know what the correct principle is. And see, that's one of the things that make principles principles, or at least that make them your principles, right? That makes them your moral code is that uh, you stick to them in the inconvenient times. You know what I'm saying? Like in various worlds, that's when you really see who's who is when there's some trials and tribulations. You say God body is my physical composition that carries the divine mind. Well, you said that I don't know if this is the answer to the question when you said that you was going to be more physical than mental, right? So when you say God body is my physical composition that carries the divine mind, right? Let's get into that part. So how does this carrying how does this carrying take place? Maybe let me ask a question a little bit more clear, right? Is the mind is the mind contained inside the body? The arm, supreme head, aka God body. Okay, is the mind contained? So the mind, okay. So you're saying that the mind is contained into the body, inside the body. So how is it that you can conceive of things that's not even in the same time? See, your body cannot travel back into the past, and your body cannot travel into the future. But your mind can. So, uh, how would it be possible? How would it be possible for your mind to be contained inside the body? The brain is the antenna that connects to the mind, but that's two different things. Now, that being the antenna that connects, you said without the body, the mind can't manifest itself. Okay, what do you mean by that? Shit, can you use the mind without the brain? Well, here's what I would suggest. Okay, this is where I was going with what I was going to say is that well, what about the mind of Allah? Is that still manifesting? Is things still being manifest from his mind? Is things still being manifest from his mind ever since June 13th, 1969? Now it can no longer be manifest through that body, but even us right now existing, right? Are we not manifestations of the supreme thought that he had to build this nation? So people call the 5% God body, they mean a body of people that deal with the science of being God. No, 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 no. That's what they meant when they first said it. That was the original meaning, meaning all of the people that's in this place where we at, right, that say they God, you know, this is us speaking with our united voice. That I don't know why you're bringing that up now because that's not what he said. He said when you say Allah, do you mean Islam Allah or Allah as the man manifested the righteous reality? Well, you know, I'm 5%. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you heard, you know what I'm saying, but my name is Darkim Be AllahChrist. So, I would never be referring to, mysterious beings outside of myself, uh, really in any capacity. I mean, I'm not drawing out the conversation. I'm just trying to come to an understanding with you with this, what you're saying. You're saying that you said 5% comes from the 16th degree and the 1 in 40. That's not true. But what you mean when you say five? You talking about this nation comes from the 16th degree and the 1 in 40? Or you saying that term 5% comes from the 16th degree and the 1 in 40? Okay. Still haven't so that's what I believe Drew. Here we go again with his father alive to leave the temple once he knew the secret was within the degrees. The temple concealed for their own personal religion. What temple are you talking about? This is this is new. I don't recall what temple is this? The NOI. You talking about the same NOI? Stand on the street selling the final call and telling all the brothers that they need to deal with Islam and leave the white man's religion alone. That NOI was concealed. Okay, how do those things coincide? How do those things coincide with concealment? Like if you're standing on the street telling people they need to get the knowledge themselves, right? How do you how do you make that coincide with concealing the truth? They're free. Yes, that was it for him. But yeah, I don't know what's going on. I mean, maybe I need to analyze. I might need to analyze my program You said the Nation of Islam gave us discipline. The Father gave us a mind to think for ourselves rather than follow suit, be the thinkers that the next generation can count on not worshiping. We're kind of all over the place, right? We're, uh, you know, we had kind of left off. We had kind of left off where I actually, well, I don't know if I made it a question, right? But do you see that point, right? Do you see that point that Allah's mind is still manifesting right now? How's this going on? Okay, so you see that his mind is still manifesting, right? Now, what about his body? So I'm tagging that lady. These are the good cookies. I can have these. So two or more is present. We can be the body of Allah. However, we primarily carry his mindset of righteousness through the supreme man for Africa. All right. Now you see how you totally changed what you said a minute ago. You said that you Allah because of arm, leg, arm, supreme head. Now you're telling me that it's got to be at least arm, leg, arm, supreme head, arm, leg, arm, supreme head. And then you could be the body of Allah. Let's narrow it down. Y'all remember, look, we got people of varying levels of experience with the nation, right? And some of them is new. And see what you're saying is a very crucial point in this, right? What people want to understand, people want to know that, right? Like you said, you was born in 1975. So let's say somebody that was born in 1974 saying, look, how could you be God? And I'm older than you. How could you be the origin of all things that exist that I seen before your body ever touched this planet? What do you say to people like that? If the body is plural, but the mind is one. I mean, I just that I can't. I don't even register. I haven't registered a understanding of what you mean by that. The body is plural, but the mind is one. Look, maybe it's because I'm trying to connect everything that you said, right? Because first you said we just started with God body, and then you said that you God body because you are arm, leg, arm, supreme head, right? Now you're saying it's plural. Say when we come together, we manifest Allah, our Father. So what about when we by ourselves? So when you by yourself, if you're not Allah, why do you call yourself God body? So when we come together, we manifest Allah, our Father, the body. So how does how does where does God body come from? To mathematician. It's been a while. He said, don't lay on God body. I don't use that often. See, here's the thing though. It's your name when you came in, right? And then you just spent the last minutes trying to show how it's scientifically and mathematically correct. And in the midst of doing that, you've given us several different concepts about the relationship between the mind and the body. But you still haven't, there's some concrete things there. Like I asked you, you still haven't answered, you know, we established that his mind is still manifesting, right? But is the body, right? Is his body still manifesting? They're free not to add on of my righteous name. Then would you tell us that was your righteous name for? All right. I think I had enough this time. You never said that your name is forever righteous, eternal entity, and that's what free stood for. That's that you never said that. You never said that. You asked you what's your righteous name, and you put this right here. Then you said that this FREE stands for forever righteous eternal entity. Then I asked you if your name was Allah and you put something with all, I guess, because you spell all with two L's here or whatever the case may be, right? Look, see, if we brothers, right? Even identical twins don't look exactly alike, but we supposed to resemble. You said forever righteous, eternal entity is the only name I commit to. Everything else is an ad, aka slang online. Yeah, well, that's what you representing right there. Now I asked if Allah is in your name. And right now you just said Allah is not in your name because you only commit to forever righteous, eternal entity. And so again, now I gotta ask you, how is that? Why do you keep calling Allah the Father? You said, I said Allah is almighty to me. Yeah, but that's not what it is. See, because a minute ago, you said Allah is arm, leg, arm, supreme head. Almighty is not going to give you arm, leg, arm, supreme head. You see what I mean, people, about why, and I mean, you can do what you want to do. But if you're trying to get these points across, the people that you calling yourself trying to teach, you can't just be making up your own definition. Like that's what it is to you. Why you came on here and said peace to the gods? Why you talking? When I ask you if Allah mind is manifested, you say, yeah, through you and our verse. So I took that to me. You were saying like me and you are both 5%. You see, there's just a lot of things that look, we have some family traditions. We have some family traditions, some things. Like look, you ever watched, see, look, can ever one time somebody just not tell me they true and living? Look, I gotta get on my jail shit. I need the paperwork. Where's the paperwork that you showing up? Show me the paperwork. I need to see some paperwork that you true and live. You said you more than 5%, you die free. Where's the paperwork? You said you here, let's build. Hold on, let me give him. Let me see. What time is it, y'all? Because see, I post a big one. Let me see. Because I need some proof, man. See, everybody's true and living. Why you gotta tell me? Like if you was 7 foot, would you have to tell me you was 7 foot? So why you gotta tell me? Why you gotta tell me that you true and living? Like just one time, G, I would like this. Somebody just don't tell me that. Like, what's that supposed to mean? Is that supposed like everything what we just said, all the stuff we just been talking about, all that's supposed to go out the window if you just said you true and living. Is that how this works? Is that the new way? Like, why is it, I mean, has anybody else noticed that? If you notice that, you say your enlightenment is, I guess you're saying Bishmillah and the old God see, may he rest in peace. What old God see and what Bishmillah? But right now, you put something else up there. You said your enlightenment is Bishmillah and the old God see, right? Who are that? I need you to show and prove. Who are you? What are you doing here? Listen, the regular shit that anybody would want to know if somebody new came around them, acting like they was them. Like, look, if you came right now into the United States Congress and said, "Yo, I work here. I'm a member of Congress," you better have that button. Said CLR from the school. He helped me with 120 when I came home in 2002. I got an out of 2001. Okay. So I know that CLR. And who's Bishop? I mean, what you pulling rank on me? You was born in God power? Did you wait, are you pulling rank? I need to I need to put my demographics. Oh, from Staten Island? I know that bishop. I don't know him, no, but I know who that is. All right. And so being that you had the knowledge since 2001, right? Neither one of those individuals are responsible for you, right? Or the things that you're saying right now. You know what I'm saying? Uh, so we still, without it appears, uh, well, let's cut to this chase, right? Do you understand, right? Or are we in agreement, right, that the term God body, right, is this is not the proper name, right, of the black man. And I see there's a limitation, right, to some of that stuff that you do, right? You know, because when we dealing with these things, when we dealing with a word like God, and you trying to use that word to manifest the meaning of your body and saying like this is carrying the mind. See, the word God got a birth record. It has a particular meaning, a particular background, right? And it's used to manifest a certain idea. You see, once you get to the point where you're trying to justify it the way that you did, right? Now you putting power right into the term. So if the German language never existed, right, would you still be the most high? So I use it loose, not when I teach others the science of life. Bro, it's hard for that to be your name, right? If 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 you're using that to be your name and then say you don't use it, you have to explain that. You said Allah is the proper name of the black man with proper knowledge of himself. See, Allah is not what? It's not no magical powers. You see what I'm saying? It's who is God. You see what I mean? It's not no magical person, no magical machine, or none of that. Man, look, you keep telling me that, man. You know what I mean? I hear you, man. I hear you. You know what I mean? But look, I gotta tell you this, man. You know, I know. Look, I know. See the love from the early '90s. I ain't exactly sure why you said that a minute ago. These various things. I mean, look, you can tell me that's who you are. You can tell me that you walk with those people, but this stuff that you teaching is this. I never heard CLR talking like this. I mean, look, the first thing I want to know is how did you get the knowledge from Bismillah, right, or CLR, and you don't have a law in your name? How is it that you do not have a law in your name? What does CLR being double your age have to do what I'm saying? I've never heard him saying the things that you're saying. I've never heard him try to justify, right? You said, I'm looking for a law. I'm not looking for a law. You are who you are. If a law is not in your name, it's not in your name. You see, that's the thing. This is the problem. No, no, I'm gonna tell you what it is. Now I have to put my finger on it. See, we're starting to is that see, I'm not a broad, bro. And by that, what I mean is you can't tell me what I want to hear. See, what I'm looking for is exactly what you're doing. See, what you're doing is showing improvement. Now, you said what I need you to show improve. You're showing improvement. It. There's no answer. There's no answer, right? That you could give me, right? That's like, oh well, no, that explains everything. And see, if that's what you're looking for, right? Then that's why you keep doing what you're doing. So see, when are you going to just tell me, right, what the facts are, right? When are you going to just answer the question direct and to the point? Or you gonna keep trying to just give me an answer? You gonna keep trying to give me an answer that you think is gonna appease me? You said I don't have a law in my name unless I use Almighty. All right. So explain to the people, because look, this is the way I got it, right? Is that Allah is our family name. You just spent all this time telling us about how Allah is the Father, right? This right here is the 5% family, right? And our family name is Allah. And see, just like you said, man, all of the things, right, that we manifest, right, in terms of these teachings and how we approach life in terms of how we see creating heaven and hell, right? How we see salvation and all these various things, right? Come from the mind of Allah. And see, like you said, right? He gave us his mindset, right? And furthered our education in that way. And so because of these reasons, our family name is Allah. And so that's how I got it, right? Just like you said, used the supreme mathematics and the supreme alphabet, to make your name, right? And at the end, you put a law in there because that's our family name. That's what shows that we relate. He said, yes, but we all don't choose Allah at the end of all our names, but we better speak on the Father of the gods and earth. Okay, who don't use Allah? I don't know why you specifically, if that's a trick you playing, when you say at the end, because we do know that there's brothers like Allah real that got it in the beginning. So I don't know if that was a trick you was playing, right? But who doesn't do that? Because I don't know. That you learn from Vishnu Allah and see Allah. So who's the other brother? You said surname Allah is not used by all of Allah's children. God, could you give me three names? Can you tell me three people? Because look, see, I would help you out. Because see, if you wasn't the way how you is, then you see, I ain't helping you nothing. I can tell you at least one person who don't. It's not for the reason you think, but who name three people that don't have a law in their name, right? That they're part of this right here. Name three people. Now, you didn't understand that? Hold on, let me say it. Name three people that's a part of this nation that don't use a law in their name. Now, can you hear me now? You the TV, which is that guy you talking about? You talking about Harlem Mohammed? First Riley, not first born Riley you talking about. See, this list saying this list don't seem to be too forthcoming here. Well, he was with Riley. Um, it's possible that could have been a lot of that. It's possible. I mean, I don't know. I mean, told my Raleigh come ahead and beat him. See, I'm telling you what it is too, man. You know what it is? It's something I just realized just now. See, these people, these last couple of weeks, man, we've been, they was in large paradise. Yeah, I think that's what I mean. I think that's how I mean. But at any rate, you said original author, Mega Sunez. What are you talking about? See, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Like, look at the names he just put right there, G. Look at the names he just put right there. He's going to tell me. He's going to tell me, hey, get these brothers on the mouth. So let me hit Infinite right now, man. Let me tell Inf right now. Y'all bear with me. Let me tell Inf. Let me tell Infinite right now that he's not a. I tell him. Let me let him know. Let me let him know up front that he ain't even allowed. I just talked to him. It's number right there. Hold on, wait. Because we on the what's your name? we are wait a minute, we on the what's your name here. So let's see if we can bring up let's see if we can bring up here, right? No, no. Hold up. We can't see it yet. We'll come back. He said, I didn't say he's not allowed. I could be wrong. I stand to be corrected, but he don't use it out front often. Look, all those brothers got Allah in their name. I'm just tell you from experience. Yeah. I would just tell you that I have experience, right, with all these brothers. You know. So now I just gotta ask you where you been. Cause see, there's other people who say you free, period. Yeah, so I mean, look, I'm telling you, right? I'm telling you, right, is see a minute ago, right, you said that the body is plural, but the mind is one. Okay, what's the first evidence? I'm asking you now, I don't have an answer. I'm asking you the way things are right now, what's the first evidence right? That me and you is one mind. That yeah, you need to show up to school, absolutely. But here's the question: where you been since 2002? That's what I'm saying, because like these things that you say, right? It would tend to make me think that yeah, you're not from New York, but in fact, you know, you say you went from Castle Hill to the Polo Grounds. I mean, the Polo Grounds is walking distance to the school. And I'm just saying, some of these things is just like common. It's common. Look, it's some. Look, one time I was watching a TV show, right? And the dude, he was trying to do some type of whatever was his scam, whatever he was doing, he was knocking on people's doors, right? And in the TV show, he was in New York, right? So when he knocked on somebody's lady's door to run the scan, like he was like, yeah, whatever, I need help, boo, 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 right? And I'm just from right over there and everything, and I'm one of your neighbors and everything. So she asked the dude, she said, yo, what street are you on right now? And so he turned around, looked at the sign, and he said, Houston Street, right? Now, see, everybody that's from New York on this live stream know what I'm about to say. Is that in New York, right, in Lower Manhattan, we have a street that's spelled the same way, Houston. But in New York, it's pronounced Houston Street. So she closed the door on him. She knew he wasn't no good. So see, this is what I'm saying, right? I've said all that to say that there's some things, right, that you have in the knowledge since 2002, right? It seems like you should probably know that. There's some things that it seems like, one who's had the knowledge since 2002, right? Had access to Bismillah and Sila, resided, resided in Harlem. Like, listen, right now, if you somewhere else, right? Not saying you don't love where you at, right? But just saying if you somewhere else right now, right? And when you was first getting the knowledge and coming up all through the knowledge, right? If you could have lived in walking distance to the school, type one in the box if you would appreciate that. So that was at the sign unveiled and you said in March 2019 with F Mega Perfection, Divine Understanding Born, etc. Okay. I mean, I hate to say this, but yeah, it's a lot of people came out the woodwork, people that hadn't been seen for decades before that, right? And we probably more than likely haven't seen them since then. And at the end of the day, Those is all. What are you typing free one in the box, free almighty, and you live walking distance from the school and then appreciate it. You don't know these people. Chelsea guy none of that stuff don't fool me. If people tell me, yo, they know this person. No, you don't. You don't know those people. God, I can listen to how people be talking and tell you ain't never been around certain people. Not saying that. That be the thing. That be the thing. That's why I say how far for those be done. No, 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 no. You're not on this live stream because you appreciated resting and walking distance from the school. Wait, what? See, these are the things. Listen, man. Look, like I said, see, this a lot of this stuff. These conversations. You know what's happening? They bringing back out. They bringing back out the the like the me before all this class stuff. When I just was a regular brother out there standing on my square, right? And when people came around, right, we wanted to know who they are. Say you haven't been to the school or around the guys in New York City since 2019. Okay, so how we know since then you ain't been compromised by the feds? Like when you come back, right? Are you gonna have some brothers and sisters that you taught? Are you gonna be able to tell us about things, right? Where we could go and see and be like, oh shit, God, you built this shit right here. Peace of mind. Or you gonna come back and tell us you gotta renew your history? Which one? Yo, listen, I wish I had the fucking what's the name? Uh Mathematician. I wish I was on the other app right now so I could put that comment on the screen. It's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. Yo, bro, you have a lot of people just don't have no idea how valid that answer is. You see, if you caught up in this magical, mystical, right, idea of God, right, and you think that, we supposed to know the truth because we sat in a cave, right, with a translucent, with a translucent being with wings on, right, and this translucent being with wings on told us everything that ever was or ever is going to be in 40 days or whatever. See, if you believe that shit, right? If you believe that, then you scared to say, I don't know. See, because then how could your hadith about you sitting in a cave for 40 days and having all of reality that ever was or ever will exist, right? Dictated to you, and then you wrote it down, right? In this holy book, and now, right, you can't say you don't know. That's because of the idea that who you have, the idea that you have about God. You still have these things. Like, it's like the people shout, people they want to tell us about saying a lot. Nigga, what you worried about my soul for? If I'm gonna get struck down, right, for saying I'm God, saying I'm alive, what you worried about it for? Like in your holy book, is there something about the critical mass of people or me as an individual where I got to be down? Like, can you tell me where did Allah get the 5% term from? What are we doing back there for? I didn't what the history that I have on it, uh Allah didn't choose that name. But I don't know, just what I'm saying. Why I'm going through all this with you? Like, why are we this is what I'm saying? Why I'm telling you all these degrees of our history, see all these various degrees. See, like, look, you got to know most of these people in here, they just getting knowledge. Hey bro, you got to know the quarter century. Yeah, why I'm telling you all that degrees of our history for. See, I'm telling you something. You there, uh what's his name again? What's his brother I'm talking to? What's his name again? Oh yeah, free. You still there? So I'm looking for further views on what you know about the 5%. What you mean further views? Further views on what? 5%. What we need further views? What's further views? You got a specific question? You see, let me tell you something, free, right? And this can be tragic. This is just tragic. But look, the brother that taught me got returned to the essence, right? And the brother that taught him got returned to the essence. And the brother that taught him got returned to the essence, right? And in all of those cases, it's some serious questions about who was responsible for that. You know what I'm saying? And how close to them that person might have been. So I like to know who people are and what they're about. So you said your guy in 5% is an origin story. What? you're God and 5% is an origin story. 5% is an origin story. I'm saying 5% wasn't even our name in the beginning. What are you talking about? How's that the origin story? Yeah, I don't know how I see. You gotta look. Keep seal our name out your mouth. keep keep seal our name out your mouth. 5% is an origin story. I don't know much, but I know he does not have any root knowledge. Yeah, see, I'm gonna tell you something, man. See, like I said, in the knowledge, man, see, you can improvise. See, we supposed to improvise because knowledge is infinite. So yeah, we supposed to improvise, but not freestyle. But see, even when you improvising, right? Improvising is only possible when you know the foundation so well. See, when you know the foundation so well, right, that you can, now you can do things that's not necessarily conventional, right, but still bring about success because you can improvise, right, and you can uh adapt to situations in real time. You see what happens, right, is people you never got the foundation down pat. And then it became impossible for you to improvise. And what you've been doing is freestyle. So I guess you're gonna teach me where 5% come from. I thought I knew. I mean, what do you mean when you say where 5% come from? Like you mean where did I come from? I'm from New York. We talk about where 5% come from. Harlem. Where is it? What do you mean by that? Said the 16th degree is the origin story? No, it's not. Like in what way? I'm not I don't get it. Let me ask you a question, man. How many conversations have you had about a lot with people that walk with a lot? Yo, Mr. Greenwood, I didn't even see that hey listen, I didn't even notice that, but look, small world. Yeah, but how many conversations have you had about a lot with people that walk with a lot? And see, that's the tragedy of the way you did things because you had 25 years where a lot of them was around. See, where you could go to all the various brothers so you could get a well-rounded view of them from various people, right? Some people, when they met them, they was already a great student in school. Some people, when they met him, got kicked out of school, right? Some people, when they met him, they were small children. Some people, when they met him, they was older teenagers, right? And so all of these people had their various experiences around them, right? Some people is from Medina, some people is from the desert, et cetera, et cetera. And so you got to go to all these various people. Some of them met him in 1964, some of them met him in 1968. See, when you're able to go to all those people, man, and they can tell you their experiences, now you start to get a well-rounded view, right, of the brother. You see right here, you saying you haven't spoken to anybody, right? Hey, look, that's a good question right there, complete. You haven't, but look, the specific question is, did he have a conversation about Allah? So even though he was around see Allah, he might have never asked him about Allah, right? So, but here's the thing though, right? So where'd you get this history from that you're talking about? When you say that the 5%, the 60th degree is the origin story, where'd you get that from? You said so you can extract knowledge from me. But as far as I know, the 16th degree is the origin. You said you study 120 and it's there. Okay, tell me the part of the 16th degree. Like break it down. Yeah, and no, you won't be extracting any knowledge from me. No, this is not the way it works. That's not. But yeah, break this down for us. Break this down. Yeah, did anybody else know that this stuff is out here? Like that's one of the things that intrigued me. I didn't even know that this type of uh idea, right? That this type of idea was out there. Said I study 120 and it's there. I mean, what's there? The part where it say Muslim science? Break it down for us. Yeah, Jewish. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've never heard this before. Am I dismissing you from the channel? I ask you a simple question. See, look, break down for us, right? What you drew up about the 16th degree, right? That made you say that that is our origin story. Where should be more said, a lot of people are like this outside the room. See, I don't know. See, that makes me wonder. I don't know if I need to come out there. Yeah, I don't know whether this means we need to travel around or whether we need to build up walls right here around New York so these people can't get in. Said I have my ideas of Muslim. Now don't change the subject. See, that's why you're not. That's why you're not understanding me right now, right? I asked you, right, about what you said, which is that you study 120, and our origin story is in the 16th degree. You said it's right there, right? Now I don't see it, right? I don't see it in the degree, and I don't know it to coincide with what I know about the history of this right here. 5%, 10%, 85%. What's that? Was that how does that answer how does that answer the question? See, these is all exercises, man. Look, you gotta pay attention to this stuff because see, you know what it is? A lot of stuff until it's really, really, rigorously tested. It can sound good on off top. You see, like with anything else, you got to do a 360. You got to take the 360. See, it might look perfect from this angle over here, but from this angle over here, the emperor ain't got on no clothes. He ain't got I don't know in him. That ain't it. That ain't a part. That's not a part of the language that he uses. That's not his vocabulary. I want him to be clear on what he don't understand about me saying the 16th degree comes in 120, gives a detail of the 5%. You said is the 5%, is the origin of the 5% first mentioned in the born degree? If you asking him that or me that? Well, look, here's the thing. Here's the thing where we walking on the fine line right here, right? Uh, from different brothers that walk with him, right? Uh, I was told about some of the actual events, right, that led up to us existed the way we are, right? And the way we became. You know what I'm saying? And so when y'all say the origin of the 5%, that's the first thing that it makes me think of. Those actual events, right? That people talk like is Dora in the power degree? What just what I'm saying? Where's there's like events that happen there. You know what I'm saying? And those events are not in 120. You know, I mean, yeah, you know, can we draw up the lesson? You know what I'm saying? And you know, we could draw up the mathematical sciences that may be the same, may be parallel, right, to this degree or that degree of what Allah did. You know what I'm saying? And didn't do. But I'm just saying, is Barry Goddard in that degree? Is Mayor Lindsay? I mean, I'm talking about this is you talking about is how he met Black Messiah in there? Is ABG going to Medina in there? What are you talking about when you say that? Explain that. Maybe I got a misconception. But I'm saying, but that's what I think about when you say the origin of 5%. You know what I'm saying? The actual events that occurred, the people that did them, the places they was at. You know what I'm saying? Now, one of the reason why I said is unfortunate for y'all because yeah, I'm not that is one of the things that I'll be telling y'all. No, we don't get into that kind of high powered science on here. Y'all would never listen. You have no idea, right? That after 5 years, how much stuff I ain't never talked about on it and won't be talking about. But if y'all are talking about something else, I'm asking the question. Can y'all specify, you know, what it is that you're saying? Said, he said, Allah met Dora, his wife, when he was honorably discharged. He introduced the NOI temple. He moved up in the ranks and took the best part to the life of the babies. And was the street cloth, I guess maybe street kids. Like somebody help him, man. Just don't even go too far. Just correct this right here. Just what he said, right here. Sometimes how you guys don't get yourself all hyped up. I'm just gonna ask you one more time, man. Keep Selah name out your mouth. Said the 5% of the 60s, to my knowledge, started because Allah wanted to live out the 18th degree in the 140. And uh What are you basing that on? Like, what are you basing that the 5%ers, right? I'm not sure what this is about, of the 60s, right? Started because Allah wanted to live out the 18th degree, right? So, and so I got a couple questions there, right? Is there other 5%ers that are not of the 60s? You said the 16th to the 20th was the 5 major degrees for you. The 5 major degrees for you to teach others how it started. Peace, by the way, based on me doing knowledge of his interview. What interview? You said to teach others how it started. Peace, by the way, based on me doing knowledge of his interview. What interview are you talking about? Yeah, I ain't gonna front, man. I just had a what's the name? I just had an epiphany. Where it's like, now I know how the older guys be feeling, man. Like, how the hell I've been doing this for 40 years? I ain't never heard none of this stuff, man. You said at the time of the interview, it was just a 5%. So him being a military man, he took his duty seriously. That's why I took it to the 18. But that's just me. I'm just asking. You said at the time of that interview, it was just the 5%. So him being a military man interview in Otisville, it's not an interview. Okay, so what in that Otisville tape makes you say what you say? Like, I'm just saying that, look, see me, I need specific, that's just how I move. See, when I say specific, right, look, let's say you gotta put together something in your house, right? You gotta put together something in your house, right? And look, you need a screwdriver. You see, you need a flathead screwdriver, and you only got the Phillips head screwdriver. Said after I stopped playing possum, how am I playing possum? So this is what I mean when I say, right, I'm looking for things that's exact, right, and exact. So I'm just asking for right here. See, when I build on things, at least the way if I'm not clear on that, hopefully people would ask me to see. I give people exact things, right? Where look, you can go and independently, right? You can go and independently show and prove that, verify it for yourself. See, you just telling me that you looked at it and you saw that, that makes it a religious experience. You know, at the very least, a personal experience where you saying, well, look, you know, I acknowledge these degrees right here, and you know, they was special to me, right? Because they help my understanding grow to a large degree. You know what I'm saying? Look, I had that experience, you know, one thing that it was like when I acknowledged the build degree, right? You know, by that time I had enough knowledge and wisdom where I could understand it. You know, and the fact that I was able to understand that and draw it up, you know, to certain levels, you know what I'm saying? You know, I kind of it was like the light, somebody was cutting the lights on or something. You know what I'm saying? Like I was in the right place, right? But I still couldn't, you know, I didn't realize all the elements of things that was around me. You see what I'm saying? We got some up there. The second one, wise Prince uses that soundbite. I speak for the 5%ers. It says I speak for the 5%ers. They do. He also says anyone can be a 5%er. I don't care who they are because a 5%er is one who is civilized. All right, you know what I mean when I say the 5% is the origin to the gods on earth, learning how to use the lessons and make it the degrees work and talk in reality. Okay, so now y'all explain to me how supreme mathematics is the foundation of all things in existence, I guess except the 5%. Riddle me that. And this stuff you saying about anybody could be a 5%, I don't know what that got to do with the knowledge build degree. What does that have to do with the knowledge build degree? The origin to you learning how to use the lessons, wait a minute. The origin to you know how to use the lessons is the lessons. Uh-oh, we got something brewing over here right now. Justice said anyone can be a 5%er, and Free says that's not actually facts. A 5%er is not just anyone. Yo, can y'all imagine this? Yo, bro, this is I need to do this show. I need these people. I need to have he said the duty of a civilized person is to teach you who is civilized. Brother, I'm asking you about the events that took place in Harlem in the early 1960s. Tell me how that's in the knowledge build degree. Yeah, I ask you a simple question. Is supreme mathematics the foundation of all reality? If it's the foundation of all reality and the 5% is reality, then how did it get some other origin? See, this is why y'all niggas ain't 5%. I don't care what you say. I don't care what you say. You know why I'm yelling?
because it gets frustrating that you keep saying the same thing over and over and avoiding the question after the both of y'all keep presenting yourself as if you're father. You said you know what happened early December 1964. Okay. What does that, right? Tell me, right? Where's that in the lessons? Now, see, when you answer a different question than the one I just asked you, then I'm gonna tell you why I was yelling again. That I'm just tuning in and I don't know this other dude. I thought I was just going to add on, but for some reason you mad. No, I'm not actually mad. If I was mad, this live stream would have been over. See, what I'm actually doing is allowing you to illustrate. See, I'm allowing you to illustrate, right? How one can avoid the point. Because see, whether I'm mad or not, right? I ask you a simple question and you have yet to answer it. See, that's the thing. That's the thing. See, I'm 5% if you are referring to the 16th, but I'm the true and living God, supreme being black man. Oh, really? Look, tell us about somebody else who's a judge of that except you. Like, is there somewhere that I could go, right? And if you don't say nothing, right? If you don't say nothing, the people gonna say to me, yo, you know who you with, man? Yo, you with the God. tell me, tell me where I can go with that guy. Oh, see, I told you who this kid was. Now the priesthood comes up. Now this part I heard about. this part, I heard about this part. I heard about this part. See, listen, just say you not this. just say you not this. you see, now we back. Hold on, I'll put the link in there. They don't want it. They don't want to come in here. I'll put it in there again. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you what it is, man. I'm gonna tell you what it is. Y'all making it worse. Y'all making it worse. See, because y'all keep coming in here, right? Y'all keep coming in here. Y'all come in here with different names and shit. And y'all come in and saying peace to the guys and shit. And then I keep figuring y'all right out. See, y'all don't know because man, you said you just tuned in. You don't know how many people come in, right? Right? I ain't never seen their name before. And I just say peace. Welcome to the channel. And then some people is just like, whoa, 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 whoa. What's your righteous name, man? Where you from? You see, you see, and look. Y'all can just try to make me be wrong one time. Maybe that'll slow me down, right? Maybe that'll stop me. But at this point, listen, I'm batting 1,000. I'm batting 1,000. See, as soon as you start using that type of language, the priesthood, I know who you with. Look, tell Wayne I said peace. Tell Wayne I said peace. He said, I didn't come in here to teach. I just came in here to give my seed. Okay, where you get this kind of language, the priesthood from? Where you get that? We get that kind of language, we get that type of terminology, right, to use towards me. Bro, I asked you a simple question. Where'd you get that terminology, priesthood? Where'd you get it? See, I don't know. Look, these are the people they talking about, y'all. When they be saying, when they be saying that we ran away a lot of good brothers, these are people they talking about. Yeah, use it firsthand. Said there is no precept. You have the study and the unstudy, and the study do not share or compare notes with the unstudy. That's what I'm saying, right? You know, you can't just be casting your jewels amongst the swine out here, man, feeding your meat to the dogs. So I got nothing to do with what I kill. I'm talking about these religious dudes online who act like they're going to keep the knowledge above all our head. No, no, see, the key is you got to come here. See, I said I wasn't going to go into it online. How do you? Maybe you don't understand that concept. See, when you come here, right, and shake my hand, right, and see how we can look eye to eye and see if one of us is shifty. See, when we in the same midst, right, we are look, we can have some kind of ideas of each other's refinement. See, that's somebody that I give the best part. But you come on here, blips on the screen, and you expect me to tell you about the root of all this here. That's what you expect me to do. No, I'm just saying, where else they do that? Where else they do that? Now I'm saying the terminology that you used, right? The first time I heard it was from Wayne. That entire concept comes from Wayne, right? This is the whole concept. This is the whole concept, right? Is that Allah, there's other things involved, but let's cut to the nitty gritty, right? Allah wanted to lead us back into the mosque. And because some of the firstborn, right? Is it true you're not supposed to say happy born day to the God? And I don't know nothing about that, right? You interrupted me right there without saying. I get back to you. Yeah, a lot of these things I didn't not supposed to say. Where did you hear that? You from Florida. Yeah, you need to get with Infinite. I don't know what part of Florida you in, but you need to see Infinite ASAP. Yeah, I don't even recall this dude interrupted me. He interrupted me what I was saying. I don't even. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What kills I did, right? You said why a righteous person in God don't use a photo. Just do you ID yourself other than I have no idea what that means. Right. So yeah, this is why kills idea, right? That Allah wanted to lead us back into the mosque, right? So you were on point right there, King Man. And so the firstborn, right? A lot of the firstborn didn't want to you said Polika comes from because that dude is religious. I'm not sure what you're talking about. But look, so the firstborn did not want to go back into the mines, right? And so they assassinated the law, right? They assassinated the law, and then they formed a priesthood, right? That changed all the knowledge into what we have now. That everything that we know about how we don't follow the restrictive laws and we non-Muslim and all of that comes from the 5% priesthood. So when you use that terminology, right, that's weird. I haven't heard that terminology directed towards us, right? Yeah, he was expecting that, was you, King Man? But this is what I'm telling you, when you use that kind of language, like where's the other that's what I'm saying. Maybe you heard it off of the cuff and you didn't realize it, and then you tried to apply it to something else. But see, look, the people on this live stream can tell you that see when a lot of people be talking out there, they be talking out there, they be talking about me. That who says born day is for earths and degree day is for God. You see, listen. Now, like it could be some science behind it. All this various stuff. You know, but still, when you say, when you say that that's the priesthood, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just telling you that's where that comes from. And so, you may be using it in whatever context, What happened to the Day of Princes? The Day of Princes was actually, look, that's actually the reason, the real reason I didn't do a live yesterday. Listen, I go down to the school, right? To see who's there. And that's another thing. I got a little bone to pick with some people when I see them because nobody told me that it was Sea God's. Nobody told me it was Sea God's memorial up there on Saturday. So that was the day I really should have went up there. You know what I'm saying? Well, I just went up there both days at any rate. So I go up there on a Sunday, think I'm gonna see people or whatever, right? I don't end up seeing nobody. Just like some business to take care of. I gotta do some stuff in the yard, get the pond and the fish and all them back in order, right? And then I had to make a couple calls, you know what I'm saying, in terms of various distributions to the school, the book bags, you know what I'm saying, the parliament, a couple things I had to deal with, right? So then after that, like, man, you know what I'm saying, nobody else is here, right? So yo, I just started partying about myself. Next thing I know, I wake up at the rest. So I so look in perfect condition, felt good and everything. But so yeah, the Day of Princes was indeed on the Truth Square Day. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I did the damn thing. Nothing happened to the Day of Princes. What happened to you on the Day of Princes is the real question. But you said you got nothing to do with why killed. But do you understand how using using a term that he originated, right, to say that we should be Muslim and various things. A term that he originated. See, that's what happens, right? A lot of times, you talking about people, and then if you know those people, it has a whole different impact, right? Like, look, you might have a family member that's in jail. Trust me, the way you talk about him is different than the way his victims talk about him. So, a lot of times, people that you never walk with, none of the firstborn, none of that. See, it's easy for you to say certain shit. See, it's easy for you to just speculate that they did something that was all fucked up. Say right now, if somebody say, yo, did your grandmother walk into the Walmart with an AK-47, or let me not say live with and just unalive, just mass unalive people? Did your grandmother do that? You would say, get the fuck out of here. What would my grandmother be doing with something like that even? So people wanted to say happy birthday to firstborn press on IG, and here comes this dude who acts like a Roman priest. Listen, you know, uh, see, we from we from this because look, I might be putting you in something right now that you actually not a part of. But recently I've been having that experience, not just with him, with a lot of things, right? Where it's like, yo, see, just now, right? When he was coinciding with what you wanted to, then he was the hero. Everyone wants to make the firstborns of Medina and Mecca saints, and him and his boys are like the priests that can't be questioned. That's where I'm coming from. I mean, well, I'm I'm well look, I'll tell you this. You see the things that we were discussing on here already, right? Where I say that, look, you know, what I deal with not just what's right, but what's exact. And see, when you deal with what's right and what's exact, and you can show and prove it, see, a lot of that shit like that ain't for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a lot like this stuff what you say in this experience, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, I was by myself doing my thing. Like, I don't know how that happened. I don't know how that happened, but this is what I'm saying, right? I didn't have to go through him to say nothing in press. I don't got to go through nobody. Like, see, this is what you know. Look, if y'all want him to be a hero, then he's gonna be a hero. That's what he got to do with. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this stuff is like, yo, at the end of the day, but see, at first, right? See, as long as he's arguing with the people you don't like too, then it's fine. Okay, so if you from the Bronx and you knew Prince, why you had to go? How did he end up knowing that you said happy or anybody said for that matter, happy born day to Prince? Please stop it. Stop acting like you know brothers in P. I already know you listen, man. You know, look, just for the people from the outside, just like I told the people, right? Look, don't I don't want to do what they doing and say, nah, man, the guys in the P true 11 up there. But look, I will say, it's not like the P is devoid of having produced some high scientists. You know, I don't know how every, you know what I'm saying, it was in you think Eric might be just? Yeah, yo, you know, I did notice that too, was to be boy that he kind of like dropped off there. You said you forgot the gods, but you built with many. You built with many gods in the Bronx from 2002 to the present. That's what you're saying. Okay, you should at least be able to give me some areas. You should at least be able to tell me, you know, where it was certain blocks where the guys over there be going over there, got little signs. He said someone's online with a tribute to firstborn Prince and said to anyone who said happy born day to him, that's for Earth. Okay, so I don't get it. Like he said that on his page, right? And I mean, okay, he said that on his page. Yeah, that's a good question, Smokers. How do you know who Eric is? Because he didn't come on today as Eric. Very stupid. Yeah, but I'm still so okay. So he says that on his page, right? No, I ain't never heard that. That Happy Born Day is only for Earths. Um, I know we don't deal with birthday, right? Um, I mean, look, I would have a question, right? You just said his name is Firstborn Prince, right? But born is not for men. I, you know, I mean, it's a lot of things where you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't. I mean, did he manifest some science about it? Like, did you ask him why he's saying that? Yeah, I'm just asking you. Did you ask him why he said that? You said you'd be out the way. So Free says, I'll be out the way. A lot of guys I built with are not very impressionable, but I respect them for building, but they wasn't in their lesson heavy. Okay, so how you expect you know Justin? So let me get this straight. You got the knowledge in jail in 2001. You came home in 2002. You was out of the way, right? And you didn't build with brothers who was in their lessons. This is the this is the history you giving me, and you telling me you the same 5% like me. That's what you're saying. But Jess, that's still a question though. Did you ask him why he said that? Buffalo, New York, you build with the guys Kim, Everlasting, and Solid Allah. Yeah, but you said in the peak, and now you moved to Buffalo, and shout out to these brothers, but I don't know them. He said that's a lost teaching, so he stays online acting like he knows better than anybody. Like a priest, that's what I mean. Nothing to do with what I killed. Also pushing tribe of Jabbar. I mean, look, his thing, he can be wrong. Like it's, like I'm saying, uh, he's gotta see the truth in his own time. That's why I just asked you, did he say that? So you just said he said that's a lot of teachers. I mean, look, you know, where I don't, these things can't just be said to me like that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, where you said you from? Oh, you said you from the people. Where you rest at now? Still there, Jess? Okay, so you moved to Miami. So it's way different than what it used to be. How is it way different? What are you talking about? Say just when we don't like how someone builds, we don't talk about them. We outbuild them. So that means if you don't like what True teaches, they I fast and pray you got more students than him. I mean, I did the right. That's what I'm saying. Like he can be wrong. Like if he's wrong about something, right, and he changed it just because you said that, uh, and he changes just because you said that, then that's religious. Look, that's one thing I give True Boy credit, man. Because look, I've been on here for a couple hours telling a few people some things. They ain't listen to me one time. True Boy put some shit on Instagram. The motherfucker got to come here and ask me about it. Listen, you gotta get you gotta give him credit. I don't know how to see, and that's why I'm telling y'all. See, after y'all done elevated them all the way up there, don't ask me nothing. So I'm only telling you what they did because I'm studying them. All right, well, why are you studying them? Shit, I built with brother Reggie from the kinetic community. He's from Castle Hill, along with me and a couple of Moorish brothers. But no guys, I can say walk with chalk, math, and science like me. I mean, like you. Like you. Yeah. Wait, hold up. What did I say? Because now you said exactly. He's super spooked out with the law and he's making his Christianity. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, wisdom be born to earth. But this is what I'm saying. How how just which one question me? Like how like just like I'm saying with the post, right? He put the post up, right? Why you just saying scroll past it? That's why I don't get it. Like how he get to be, you know what I'm saying? How he get to be the authority of authority. That's what I didn't get it. But Free, you said that you don't know no people that walk like you. I mean, you don't walk. You not like. Do you realize you just gave the description of someone who's not a 5%? One thing I'm gonna tell you something, man. And you said just what year you got the knowledge? Because look, man, it's just much more of it's much more of like a friendship thing now, G. It's like, or maybe it's my perception too. You know what I'm saying? Because it could be that does happen, right? Where you in a situation, right? And a lot of black people that we in the inner city, or just any type of people, right? That they in the inner city or they in certain situations, right? You come to a point where you might not realize that some things is not normal. You know what I'm saying? Like, hearing, shots or something, up the block when you try to go to rest, that's not really normal, right? So, maybe this kind of thing, you know what I'm saying, building with people, examining people, man, want to know who people is, right? Maybe that's not really normal. Or the way that I do it, maybe that's not normal, But I can say this, man, it just over the time, it hasn't been that many snakes around me. So in 1999, you got the lessons, walk and talk with all of the greats, and I knew Prince and love how no one tells these newborns, and I love how no one tells these newborns how Prince returned. How you mean? How you mean nobody says nothing? I'm just going to look. I'm just going to make a suggestion here. If you said you walk and talk with all of the greats, you missed a couple of them, but I get your point. That been around for a little bit longer than you know some of the people right now. Said my whole family and every community I live in know the God free. I teach people, but they come and go, and later they confirm I help them along their journey. I mean, that's a certain, that's teaching too. But you know, see, anytime when you got someplace where it's 5%, right? Then all of a sudden, other 5% start to appear, right? Because see, you want to talk all of this stuff about the knowledge equality degree. The knowledge equality degree tells you that a 5% is a teacher. So now you told us that look, you might have taught some people some civilization, and you might have even taught some people some righteousness. But you teach them the knowledge of self? And they grew into the science of everything in life. You said Prince towards the end said this was nothing but followers. I mean, well, look, let's. I guess since it's the player person, but I mean, why is he? What's that got to do? What does that got to do with the present conversation? He wasn't happy with the nation before he returned. Well, why you say that? Yeah, but why would you say that he wasn't happy with the nation before he returned? Because I used to build with him. I mean, well, look, I don't know if you heard, but I've been in a couple ciphers with him too. I'm saying, and you know, what do you would like? Give me, you know, what do you mean by that? Because see, let me tell you another thing, right? Because that's my brother, right? You gotta know who you're dealing with with a lot of things too. Man. He said the school was saving knowledge, right? G. Colleen, Umar, everyone. Right, I hear you. All right, now see, look, see those different people that you just named right there. Those are all different people, right? That the same thing can happen, and you will get a different reaction from them, not because uh, they disagree on what happened, but because the person that they are. Like, see, you just put Khalim and Umala is not going to react the same way in most situations, right? They just got two different mentalities that's going to inform their actions. They history, their environment, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be a lot of similarities, but a lot of things is different. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm just saying, like, a lot of times, you might have heard, all right, free Almighty, you got to stop the cap. Like at this point, I'm just gonna call Cap. I'm just gonna call Cap because you keep saying you all over the place, bro. A minute ago, you didn't walk with nobody. You didn't walk with nobody in the back. Now you got all these brothers, a whole list of brothers that you keep sharp because you a piece of steel with the magnetic. Bro, that's Cap. Right? But getting back to what I'm saying, right? Right? Look, that was a part of Prince, right? Is that look, there was a handful of us, right? And I'm going out on a limb here, putting myself on that list. There was a handful of us that he liked us more than his pets. There was a handful of most of the time, if you heard him talking, listen, look, his foot is hurting him, is various things. So, yeah, a lot of times, what I'm saying, you might have came, at a time when he was frustrated about something that happened. You know what I'm saying? You gotta remember a lot of these brothers, they was there, right? And Allah gave them See, Wisdom B. Boy can vouch for me. But tell him, Wisdom B. Boy, it wasn't that many people that he really liked like that. And so, yeah, a lot of times he might be frustrated, you know what I'm saying, about some things that happen, and you would hear him, talking, la 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 la, but you know, a lot of disappointment, you know what I'm saying? And I'm not just gonna point that at him, but all of the people that walk with Allah is that see, it was things they were supposed to accomplish. But see, Allah handed it to you like this is your hand. And so, yeah, a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, it might be some frustration, you know what I'm saying, with that, you know what I'm saying, frustration with things that, uh, started to, go like just the opposite, you know what I'm saying, of the proper instructions that was given. You understand what I mean? Directives that went out with these lessons and everything and how we were supposed to live it out. But you know, a lot of this stuff, a lot of stuff you can't really, you can't take it, seriously to say, uh, and then even with that, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what's your physical degree, but the group of us that was young, you know what I'm saying, that never was directed towards us. I mean, he was certain shit. I mean, if he, he get tight about various shit. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? But uh, you know, uh, there's some people that I met. A lot of them. You know what I'm saying? But some people wear how they say people wear they emotions on their sleeve or something. There's some people that wear they sincere love for a lot of mathematics on their sleeve. You know what I'm saying? So and look, there's other things that I can't even, once again, I wouldn't go into on the live stream, right? Or on the internet, even if it was recorded, right? But see, sometimes you didn't realize that you walked in there about 8 minutes after some shit happened that nobody wasn't gonna say nothing about, right? Because you probably was a young brother or ever whatever, so they not gonna. But at the same time, the conversation that you having, right? Because I used to look. That happened to me a lot, right? Where uh, I used to like I would come around, wherever. I come to the block, come to the school, different boroughs, wherever I'm going, right? And I'll run into a brother, right? And he'll be building about something, right? And the way he's building, I could tell that he's talking about something to somebody. But he's not saying that he's just going through the sign. Yeah, because see, people be you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I didn't find out till decades later. Oh wait, you the person he was talking about that day. But see, you didn't realize that yeah, that happened right before you walked up. You know what I'm saying? Look, sometimes look, I come, right? I say peace to the guy, like how you talking, right? You come up there, look, I might say peace to Najee, and he tell me a whole bunch of stuff. And I don't know what he talking about really, but I can tell, he's a little bit. So a minute later, after I finish building with him, I go and say peace to Colleen, right? And then he's telling me some shit, and then now I'm putting two and two together. Now I talk to L9E, and he told me something. He's like, okay, now I think I got it. What happened? So I saw. I'm just saying this. That sounded like a little bit of strong terminology to me. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, just in general, like you said, we don't got to go into all of that, but just the general atmosphere of the time, G. Like the general atmosphere, a lot of shit happened real fast, right? But you know, the buildup was real long. So, as that's building up, these could be the times when you having conversations with them. I used to argue with them. I used to, and listen, hey, so that's what I'm saying. It's not like I ain't never, see that side of them. I'm just saying that, because we was brothers, what I'm saying is, I understand what's going on. Looks like free. It looks like free finally calmed down. I think that last time he just told on himself. I think he realized what he did. This last one right here, I think he realized it. It's like the brother said, man, steel sharpens steel through friction, man. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of things that people say, you know what I'm saying, but living it out is not as ideal. You know what I'm saying? It's not as ideal as it sound when you're saying it. You know what I'm saying? You almighty, no, I'm just saying, cause you capping on it. You're talking about, 1 minute you be to yourself and you haven't really walked with that many brothers and you built with brother Reggie and the Moors and who else you said? And then the next minute you keep all the brothers sharp around you. Hey, look, get him on here. First, somebody put pause in the comments. Somebody put pause in the comment section for. I don't know if y'all see this last comment. I don't know if y'all see this last comment. I don't know if y'all see this last comment that he put it. Did somebody put pause in the comments right there? He said, I've never been a Capricorn. You deal with horoscopes. I don't. We talking about now. Hey, listen, King Math. Listen, look, it was a time, there was a time when you should be able to use whatever language you wanted to. And you didn't even have to think like that. Like when I came into the knowledge, right? When I came, when I came into the knowledge, we just we didn't even like things, certain things, it just didn't enter your consciousness. Like it wasn't, and now, yeah, you gotta watch that kind of language. It's different times, man. It's different times. You know what I'm saying? But at any rate, just to correct that language there, if you can get in touch with the brothers, if you can get in contact with the brothers, right, that you said that you be keeping sharp, you know, do so. You said, I plan to get the knowledge of the 5% if it didn't derive from the 16th degree. I thought you said you 5%. Now you plan to get the knowledge of the 5%. Look, can I just make a suggestion? Can I make a suggestion to Just and Free? Since y'all want to go to the degrees, right? Can one of y'all tell me why I would have to pass the knowledge degree in the 1 and 10? Like if you're saying that all of this derives, see, because none of that stuff which y'all said don't say that you got it. See, it says that 5% is somebody who teaches who God is. See, and getting back to what you said, see, that's why anybody can be a 5%. See, so also, so this thing that y'all talking about that, right? You said you the original man and God of your universe, right? So that's what I'm saying. Why would you have to wait to the 16th degree? You know what I'm saying? When this degree right here tells you who we are, if you're the original man. See, all the things y'all talking about, teaching and all of that, right, exists in that degree. So see, this is already where y'all like, I don't like, what is it? Because those degrees is longer or something, which I think that's fancy. Like, tell me what is the idea that you're saying? Like, what did Allah think about the knowledge equality degree? Like, what was the thing that he drew up? Because see, that's what both of y'all are doing here. Both of y'all are speculating, right? Y'all are speculating ideas in his head and words in his mouth. See, there it goes again. See, look, I can only call it like I see it. Now, he came in and said that it's based on a knowledge equality degree, and then you came in and asked if it was based on the born degree. And the whole time, what I've been saying, right, is that, first of all, right, knowledge is the foundation of all things that exist, supreme mathematics. I don't know how you come a 5%, right, and articulate anything else. So you're just talking about the 5% term. But see, the saying the 5% term and saying it's the origin story is two different things. Brother, you gotta stop saying two different things about the same topic at the same time. They just can't be true. See, just like two objects can't take up the same space at the same time, two opposite facts can't take up the same place at the same time, G. Two opposite perceptions, but two opposite facts. It can't be black and white at the same time. It can't be a car and a horse at the same time. What makes me a 5%? Doesn't make me a 5%. That's just how it is. What makes water wet? What the hell are you talking about? That's a characteristic of me. And see, this is yet again another question. This is not where the term comes from. This is not the origin story of the 5%. Now, this is another question. What makes me 5%? I got the power. Something made me the 5%, then that'll have the power. Teach you who God is and doesn't make you God. I teach who God is. I'm not God. Those terms are synonymous. But you said that's it. But you was expecting some high powered space answer. You was expecting me to say that I'm 5% because I'm from the planet Zebulon. I'm from the planet Zebulon, and uh, when the oxygen level changes from 20 to 25%, then I'm be able to levitate. That's what you're expecting. See, look, you're doing something else. You're doing something else right now that 5% don't do that. Like, see, you look. There's a there's the fifth degree, right? I mean the 16th degree, pardon me, in the 1 and 40, right? That gives you a particular definition, right? Of it gives you a particular definition of 5%, right? But see, those of us that is 5%, we never get confused, right? when it comes to the group of people, right, men, women, and children that have been living openly and notoriously as the 5% since 1964. Okay, Jess, I give you that. I gotta look. I give you that. You know, Jess said that the difference between me and him is I was referring to the 1967 Otisville tape more than anything. So look, I'll give you that. That you're basing, you know, that there's knowledge and wisdom that you're basing this understanding of. Secret recording? What do you mean secret recording? I mean, I understand what you know, but come on, secret recording. You see what I'm saying? And that's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. See, because if you're talking about the origin of that degree, that's February 20th, 1934. If you see, and you trying to confuse that, right, with the people, the origin story, or the way you speak it, right, you can lead reasonable people to think that you're mixing, right, the origin of that degree, right, with the origin of the people who have been living openly and notoriously, right, as the 5% all the time. See, did you know us first, or did you know that degree first? See, did you first define? See, because you talk about how you be all out in the street, right? That how you be doing all this building, you the piece is magnetic. So the people around you, when they ask, "What is a 5%?" Right? Did they quote the degree, or did they point at you? See, there's a lot of things that we can say that about that we know, like, okay, yeah, the letter of their words, they mean this. But this is in the open, bro. This is in the open. This is in the open. This is international media, all that. People in outer space. People on the International Space Station, right, get this broadcast right. Whether they tune in or not, that's something different. Shit, I learned something now with that part, but I understand that NOI was in effect since 1934. Okay. Okay, they've been in effect since 1934. I mean, now look, if that's the 5% you're talking about, then you're just in the wrong place. See, I wouldn't argue with you or try to take that away, right, from the NOI in that history. It says it right there. But see, don't come on here, right, trying to confuse and mix, right, all these other things, right, with the people who have been living. Because look, man, you don't have people, live their whole life, return to the essence. You didn't have babies born that had babies that's born that got babies that's born. Like this is outside. This is outside, bro. When I go, when you go to New York City schools, right? You can send your child in there with any name. Darkim, Divine, Prince, Born, whatever. You can send them in there with any name now. Yeah, I knew Nam Cal. That's my man. Black man backwards. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is that that group of people that, like I said, when you talk about, look, those babies that was born, those babies that was born, see, when you ask them what is their lineage, they're not going to quote that degree for you, man. Like, you have babies, and I talk to, I ask them, how they handle certain shit. I think, when you go places, you know what I'm saying, and you start getting into everything, because after a minute period of time, you can be around somebody and don't bring it up. But at that period of time, they start noticing your dietary law. They start noticing values. They like, yo, what's up with you, man? You know what I'm saying? You all see, right? So when they say they 5%, right? Yeah, I'm 5%. That's why I don't do none of that, right? Yeah, what's 5%? How you 5%? My family is 5%. I was born as my family. She's not going to tell you nothing about the degree. She's going to tell you how she's been living openly and notoriously for her whole life. He said, so now I know you're official. And the first thing he told me was that this is a nation of independent thinkers. So I always ran with that. Who now, Cal? All right, now, two things. Two things. First of all, right, and I'm not saying that you're not official, but I'm just saying that knowing damn cow, I mean, that is you much better off than Free Almighty. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, you was around. And to know damn cow, you wasn't just no one or two time visitors. You know what I'm saying? And you know, his the thing. Right? Just because we think independently don't mean we come to different confusions, different conclusions. That was the wrong word for different confusions. But yeah, just see, we can think independently, right? And independently, like, look, with whatever it is, look, everybody came on this channel independently. You logged in on your phone, they logged in on their TV, they logged in on their laptop or whatever. But it doesn't mean that they looking at different things. See, that's what it is. See, understanding, we supposed to see understanding for ourselves. See, a lot of people they say we supposed to see our own understanding, but look, right? Understanding means to see, you know, if we looking at the same thing, right? And you see a pencil sharpener and I see an elephant, one of us ain't seeing right. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. That's not just something that's not your understanding. That's not our own understanding. It's not. And so, you know, yeah, we independent thinkers. Meaning, look, we don't go around saying, you know, uh, this person teaches us, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad teaches us. We don't go around talking like that. You know what I'm saying? Things that people teach us, right? It's like we draw that shit up. And then, you know what I'm saying? We see in various other times in life, right? Where when we apply that science, right? But even when we apply that science, we can't apply it exact because we not that person. And we not in that time. And we not in the same environment. So see those other things that we do, that makes it ours. See, if we really understood the lesson, then we would be able to apply it to that other situation that easy. You see what I mean? And so yeah, we drew it up for ourselves. So now this thing that he told me, I don't gotta tell people that he told me that. I don't gotta say that the whole basis of me saying what I'm saying right now is because that person told me that. I can say that the whole basis of me saying that is because I lived this out like that. See, I'm just telling you as a newborn that stuck with me. Also, Savior telling me you got to be righteous. I didn't know that. How you mean? How you didn't know? God damn. The syllabus. What happened? God damn. Now look, there was some obvious shit I ain't know too though. Let me not laugh at you. Cause you know what I didn't know? You know what I didn't know for crazy long, G. Yo, I did not know until I got on the knowledge equality degree in the 1 in 40. I did not know that it was our duty to be teaching people. And to this day, I always wonder why nobody ain't tell me. You know what I'm saying? I my speculation, right, is that see, I started teaching people the first day. That I got the knowledge, I gave people knowledge the first day. And so I think everybody probably figured I already knew, but I didn't know it was our duty. But I'm just looking at it like, these is people that, these are my people. So I'm on to something that's dope. I'm putting them on. Again, this how we rock this. But I didn't know that we were supposed to be teaching people. He said, let's say I knew a lot of guys that was unrighteous. Yeah, but guys, you see the lessons though. Like, how'd you get past the 1 in 10, right? How'd you get past the 1 in 36? Right? Are there any Muslims other than righteous? How'd you get past these degrees without knowing that we were supposed to be righteous? Hey, look, I wish I had that excuse. I, I mean, look, not for nothing, that's how we was referred to back in the days. Like a lot of those people saying now, NGE and 5%, we was referred to as righteous. And even we refer to like, say, if I'm on a train or something, or I'm in whatever location, right? And I hear people using some language, then I'm like, wow, that sounds like they got knowledge of stuff. And so back then, that's what you would say, yo, you got knowledge or you righteous. I never go to my say, yo, you a 5%? I don't never remember asking nobody that. You NGE, I don't never recall asking nobody that. And then look, I remember, you know why we stopped asking people if they got knowledge? Because it was like, everybody got knowledge, but we speaking specifically about supreme proper knowledge of self. If you actually 85, you got knowledge. Yeah, I got knowledge. So I'm just saying that's why it would have been hard for me to have come to that same, not come to that conclusion like we did. So I'm talking about I'm a newborn showing up to a law school for the first time. All I knew was Wu-Tang and Brand Nubian. Yeah, but I'm saying, how could you know Brand Nubian and not know that we supposed to be righteous? Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know if that's what you mean, right? Do you mean you had a hard time? You had a hard time living out the righteousness. Now, I do know a lot of people that they know the lessons, uh, but they don't know a lot about Allah's message, really. You know what I'm saying? You know, and like you said, they in the midst, they out in the world and they learning from other people who don't really have any idea about Allah's true message. Right? Just set up a God, man. You can do what you want. Nah. Ew. See, look, this is the basic way. This is the basic way to look at it for people that, when I'm introducing the concept to people, right? It's like this, right? See, in religious people, right? In religious groups, right? God shows and proves his power by breaking all the laws of nature. You know what I'm saying? Make it rain for 40 days, split the sea, bring people, all type of stuff like that, right? But in this nation, we show and prove that we got by going according to the natural laws, which is much more difficult. You know what I'm saying? See, all that miraculous stuff in the Bible, those are shortcuts. Those are shortcuts where you don't have to do nothing. Where you could just set up home and wait. A lot of times that is what happens. And here's another thing, just that you gotta keep in mind too, is and look, I gotta ask you this, right? Not because of what I think about you, but because being a 5%, right? And kind of understanding some of the things that people say about us, right? And at least from my perspective, seeing it, just having my perspective on it, right? I gotta ask you, right? You said that you knew a lot of guys that was unrighteous, right? Now I gotta ask, was you also unrighteous? Because what I've seen a lot of times, the image that people have about us, right, is based on the type of person they are. So if you was a person that was in and out of jail all the time, then guess what? You met unrighteous Christians, you met unrighteous Muslims, you met unrighteous Buddhists, and everything else who was in there. You know what I mean? Now, had you went to college, right, you would have met a different group of 5%ers. So Sadie was fresh home built like Luther Rigno. So to hear him talk about saving babies really moved me as a newborn. Like, wow. Yeah, I remember that. When Sadie was first coming home. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, see, if you was just drinking and smoking and chasing hood rats, then that's what I'm saying. You was in a world where other people was drinking and smoking and chasing hood rats. So what happened was confirmation bias. You know what I'm saying? What happened was, you're in a world where all of the people is like that, but for some reason you're identifying the whole 5% by this group of people that you knew right here. You know what I'm saying? Another thing that happens is this, right? What were the ages of those people when you knew them? Because a lot of people, they knew a couple of 5%ers, right, in high school, maybe right out of high school, that never really, they was just a part of this of the fad and the fashion. right? As a young people who had poor judgment, even if they was true living, right? When you were young, you got poor judgment. And so now you're basing all of the 5%, right? Because you only knew us, you knew us in high school. But you didn't see us coming to the parent teachers conference. You didn't see us, you send me all this various stuff. And so a lot of times that's what it gives people their perception of the 5% is really the person that they are. But what's your name? I'm gonna tell you something. Free, you need to fast 3 days. You need to go all the way back. You need to go all the way back and fast 3 days, man. Start from the beginning, man. You gotta get the history. You know what I'm saying? The history of the law, the history of the nation, man. You gotta, you know, this time you can't stay hiding up in polo grounds. And you gotta come out and actually, walk with the brothers and sisters, man. You can see like how you said, Allah gave us his mindset. How you got it? Yeah, remember my theme, the unrighteous stayed away from y'all. I came to the root. We was teens though. Yeah, I don't understand what that means. Except the part where you say that we was teens. So that's what I'm saying. Is that a lot of times people that image that they have, right, of who we are, it fits into you said I'm saying I was always independent. Well, look, you know, if you grow up in modern society, right, you exposed to mainstream media and all of that, and you come to the conclusion that you're God, I mean, I'm fairly confident that you're an independent thinker. I'm fairly confident that you're an independent thinker. But again, I'm gonna just say that just because we think independently, right, doesn't mean that we think differently. It just means that we look at the facts and circumstances, right, and weigh them for ourselves. See what I'm saying? Because see, what I've seen is see, you don't want independent to become separation. See, I'm just saying that look, if we get fancy with language, right, we can say that Yakub caused the black germ and the brown germ to move independently. If we being fancy with language, we can say that. So after your fast, you need the history. No, get out of here. Who you thinking? After your fast, after your fast, you better go somewhere. You better go somewhere where some people that can that you can walk and talk with. So you gotta realize, see me, I already told a lot of people. So I don't be feeling like, yo, I need to get my swings in. And so now I'm gonna relax all of these rules. I'm gonna relax all of my principles so that you can get the knowledge. See, first of all, look, how's it gonna look? Think about that for a second. How's it gonna look? Like, look, if you got a wide range of brothers and sisters, right? I'm talking about age range. Or if you got a wide age range in your kids, then you would know what I'm talking about, right? You know, the first kids, right, when they born, they parents is still gangster. So you having your first kids, you 19, 20, 21. Look, you ain't taking no shit in the street, you ain't taking no shit in the house, neither. Let you have to tell somebody something twice. You see what I'm saying? But see, by the time the last kids come, hey, listen, the oldest kids become, yo, what the hell is going on here? Yo, what's yo, one time, my son is there. My son is there, right? So my youngest daughter, she asked me for a couple of dollars. I gave her the money. He looked at it. Yo, how she getting this much money? This the kind of money you give her just for that? So that's what I'm saying. How's it gonna look? How's it gonna look? I'm just emailing you. I'm just emailing you lessons. Right? I'm just emailing you lessons. You ain't have to do nothing, right? I would say I'm that oldest. So, so you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to make people feel the way you probably feel. Like, why is these young cats? Why is these young cats getting away? Why are they getting away with this bullshit? And we had to be on the hot seat. We had to be on the hot seat for every letter. For every letter we got from this, we had to be on the hot seat. And now he just emails it out. He just posts it. How's it gonna look? You know, and then think, and then see, and then you gonna be phony. And then you gonna be phony. See, that's like if you went to Harvard, but you still took junior high school classes. Can't respect that. See, look, people would start asking people that. People be asking you go run somewhere, you tell people like, yeah, you know, Kim taught me. Right there, say, yeah, what year though? Like, look, after 2025, he was on some bullshit. See, you have other brothers that don't fuck with you like that. Like, oh no, Oh yeah, nah, they like at the 2025. We don't keep it with them. See, you were cheaping your own experience then. See what I'm saying? You don't want that. You rather come here and get in the hot seat. You rather come here. So you said you got lessons and you know 'em, so you rather come here and show and prove you know. That's the best way. But when you say you know 'em, when you say you know 'em, look, I was, do you know them or you got them memorized? That I'll visit, and when I do, I'll have one of the guys at the school reach out to you. You're not the boss. Because you can't have nobody at the school do. Yo, when are y'all people gonna understand? This is not like, bro. Look, when you get to the school, what's gonna happen, right? If you run into the right person, is you'll be examined there. You know, at least like, see, that's how I do. See, look, be aware of that. Because it's true, not everybody understands that. Not everybody looks at the world like that, bro. But listen, if somebody asks you for me, who the fuck are they? I can't stand that. When somebody calls it, yo, this person over here looking for you. Who is it? I don't know. The fuck you mean you don't know? What if he's Sirhan Sirhan? What if he's fucking Lee Harvey Oswald? What the fuck do you mean you don't know who he is? You came on. What? Listen, and I'm saying it's not because it's me. It's not because I'm more important than anybody else. I'm just saying that, if somebody comes and asks you for your brother or sister, right? You don't ask this person who they are. You just get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Take this weapon too. Yeah, go ahead, right there. Look, I could be paranoid. Maybe I'm paranoid, but just in general, I don't do that in general. If you personally come and ask me, where's Julia TV? Or yo, let me get Julia TV number. I mean, yo, hold on, I'm gonna call Julia TV. Yo, such and such looking for you. In fact, most times, like, if somebody calls you, yo, give me such and such number, I'll say, yo, look, I'm about to call you. Let me give me your number. See, all of these is the things I'm saying. Like, yo, don't see. People be thinking that we're in the new world. Not the new world like the Western Hemisphere. Like we in the post Obama that is post Obama. We post Obama, right? Where certain things ain't gonna happen no more. Certain things you don't gotta worry about no more. So you can refer or convey your message to me. Otherwise, I'm good at my journey. You haven't good in what journey? I can refer or convey your message. This is what I'm saying. See, bro, let me break this down to you like this. I got the knowledge. Like these are two different things. It's not the same. But you know how motherfuckers say, look, I got the money. Like, what the fuck do I need to? I can do this or that. I got the knowledge. I'm not the one that can this or that. You the one who can do that. Why do I need to comply? Remember, was that movie? It was a movie about, I don't know if it was the founding of Microsoft or the founding of Apple, but it was a scene in there. It was a scene in there where Steve Jobs was confronting Bill Gates about something. Bill Gates, I got the loot. He said, I got the loot. Hey, listen, hey, free. Have you seen the Education of Sonny concert? See, Julia TV wants me to tell you my favorite line from from the movie The Education of Sonny concert. Did you check that movie out? You didn't see The Education of Sonny concert. All right, now look, I'm just gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna ask a question to everybody else in here. Type one in the comment box if it's suspect, right? Type one in the comment box if it's suspect that a 5% has not seen, right? Someone who claims to be a 5%, right? Did all this working with the guys, right? Has not seen the education of Sonny Carson. We got Jewel TV already hit us with a one. The late blooming show hit us with a one. Hey, bro, I don't know if I've ever met a 5% that ain't see the education sector because you know what I'm saying? I don't think, listen, maybe short eyes, because short eyes a little more obscure, little teensy bit more obscure, short eyes. But that's, I never even, I never, right, Wu-Tang sampled it, everything. That's what, yeah, exactly. That's how. But at any rate, Free Almighty, my favorite line from there, right, is what can we, the Lords, do with a punk like you? That's my favorite line in the whole movie. Yeah, short eyes too heavy. Short eyes definitely listen. Oh man. But short eyes, yo, the guy had him down in there, man. We told nigga, he said, yo, man, you get the nod. So the name would be Shameek. Yeah, Mike Tyson. They got pictures in school of Mike Tyson at law school. They got a picture of Mike Tyson in front of the law school in Medina. Said, I seen it. I forgot those details line for line. You ain't got nothing on me. Hey man, you know, however you say it. However you say it. But yeah, that's all. That's we went through that. But I did look, that's suspects. Huh? The only thing, yeah, nah, not even that. So I don't know how you can miss that. So let me guess. You've never heard music from the world famous Supreme Team. Have you ever heard music from the world famous Supreme Team? You said I'm the Supreme Team show. What's the Supreme Team show? I've never heard. What's that? Okay, so at least you've heard the Supreme Team. You know, I guess that because that would have been man. But see, these is the things. See, what I'm bringing that up for you, Almighty, is because these is things that see, like how you said you study the lessons, and you know, I guess you know you might have watched videos, you do various things, right? See, uh, there's dishes that you know exist, right? Right? There's dishes in all various places. When I say dishes, I mean meals, right? That's prepared by various cultures, right? You can know it exists. I can show you a picture of it. Uh, I can give you the list of ingredients that it has in it, right? But see, culture is when you know how it smells when that food is being cooked. See, culture is when you know how it tastes. See, you need all of those senses, right, to experience the reality, just like we need to experience the reality around us, right? You know, not everything can be picked up by all five senses, but the things that have the most impact on us, right, is things that affect us in all those ways. See, like people addicted to the cell phone, so you look at it, right? You hear the cell phone, you know what I'm saying? You feel it in your hands. You know what I'm saying? You don't taste it, you know, you probably don't smell it, but those are three senses, which is more than, say, the radio that's only affecting you from one sense. And so you can see the power of the manipulation they have, right? With things that they're hitting you with whatever's the information they trying to give you, whether it's misinformation, disinformation, whatever, they hitting you with it from multiple senses, right? And able to get that inside your mind. And see, that's why I bring up those things. See, because what's unique about that is, you come into the knowledge of self, especially in my time, right? Because Sonny Carson was still he still had a lot of fame for being uh, uh, activist and everything, and doing a lot with civil rights and social equality and all of that. You know what I'm saying? And so, you hear about this movie and you hear that some of our brothers is in the movie. So, even before you get it, if it happens like that for you, before you even get a chance, right, you already know, like, see, all of this is a part of walking amongst it and really knowing that, you see what I'm saying? And then even to, see how how we feel about that, how do we feel that, our brother, had that accomplishment. You understand what I'm saying? That, even, who he was outside, was so high powered that it put him in position, right, to be in that role like that. See, all of these is the things, right, that you don't know. See what I'm saying? Like, if I tell you how many children I got, right, that's different from you knowing them. See, that's different. That experience, that's something that can't be like. See, look, let me give you an example, right? Let's suppose you hear that 100 people got unalived, right? Now you're gonna feel you're gonna feel bad. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna feel some empathy and everything, right? But how would that change if I tell you that one of them was somebody you love? See, that hearing about that one person, right, is going to have a bigger impact, right? Hearing about that one person that you done had all these experiences with, right? You done walk and talk with, triumph and tragedy, all of this stuff that you done been through with them, right? Now it's going to have a different impact because you walk and talk with that person. You see what I'm saying? And the knowledge moves like that, where, when you walk and talk with the people who have the knowledge that's expanding things on. You see what I'm saying? Like, look, I had that. That was a part of my experience, right? Is by walking with a lot of brothers, you know what I'm saying, from the 60s. It'd be times we walking around. Like, we going to the store or wherever we going, right? And they like, oh yeah, we was right here and this situation right here happened with Allah, or yeah, me and Black Messiah was over there, and this right here happened, or you know what I'm saying? And they might not have thought of that. They might not have thought of that if we wasn't walking through right there, right? If that experience didn't bring that memory back. You see what I'm saying? See, even with the signs of building and all of that, see, that's building is another way that you experience in the lesson. So you can read it That's one way you experiencing it, right? You memorize it or whatever, but see, when you speak it, that's another way that you experiencing the lessons. When you go to the ciphers, right, and the other brothers is building, that's another way that you experiencing the lessons. Well, see, in my time, when you write it down, when you write it out, that's another way that you experiencing the lessons. You see what I'm saying? And see all these various things. Maybe I'll be talking over people's head, but in those very simplest of ways, right, is the difference between you walking and talking with the righteous. You know what I'm saying? And you hearing, you listening to every Wu-Tang album. You sitting here watching every minute of every one of my videos is not going to cross that gap. And so, see, these are the things that people be missing. It's certain things where you come in out miss, right? See, a lot of people come in out miss, they don't understand our social equality. And how many times, look, how many times you ever seen this happen, right? How many times you seen this happen? Yeah, that's piece of time for you, though, right? How many times you seen this happen, right? Brothers are standing around, everybody's talking, everybody's dealing with whatever they dealing with, right? And then somebody comes up and they try joking around, and everybody just look at them. Because see, you're not really a part of our social equality like that, so you don't understand the things that we find funny and the things that we don't find funny. And that's in every world that you go in, right? There's people that's like, I don't think that's funny. And if you're not from that world, right, you can step in there and your social equality is not. See, all these are the things that cannot be developed by memorizing the lessons. It can't be you listen to the lesson. Look, it's not even you knew some brothers. Like, nah, you gotta walk it and talk it, right? And understand it, right, from the perspective. You gotta, you get, degrees, right? We call them 120 degrees, right? But turn them into lessons means that you gotta learn something that you can grow off. You know what I'm saying? Those types of things can't happen just with you memorizing it. You know, I won't say it has to be that, but I know for a fact that it is that a lot of times is that look, you need people to come back and tell you whether they lied or not. See, somebody said they was gonna be successful at this thing or that thing. It could be anything. Right? Person said they was gonna be a successful drug dealer, and then they got locked up. They got locked up. Now, 20 years later, they can come back and tell people, yeah, no, that's not the route. So it's various things where brothers like, yeah, see what I'm saying? Allah had told us this right here. I ain't listen. And then this is how I came out, because these is these is the these are the things that you're not gonna get over the internet. As much as these stories or whatever, you know what I'm saying, people might be into them or whatever and shit, but look, you still gotta walk it and talk. That's why I told you, like, look, some things, man, you gotta come to the hill, man. There's some things, like, see, look, See, I can lean into the screen like this, right? If I had a cold, you couldn't catch it. Not like that, because that's not the way that transmits. It don't transmit like that. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing with the knowledge. It don't transmit like that. There's a way that it transmits. You understand what I'm saying? Like you can't shake a woman's hand and get her pregnant. That's not the way that works. And so you got to understand that that's just the way the knowledge works. Now, if there's another way, right? We haven't found it. In 60 years, we've been unable to find any other way. So we agree, right, to not search for that does not exist. Now you can come on here and tell me all this other nonsense, and like I said, try to get me to comply with it. But until you can show me an example of the other way, no, I'm not rocking with that. So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You know, one thing that's good about these people, right? And that's one of the reasons I stick with them. You see, they pull some things out of it. You see what I'm saying? Where I might not have thought of that. I might not have thought of those things, right? Unless I might not have thought about those things unless they brought that up. About the various, like, see, look, I might have never thought about that. About telling people, look, don't just, don't be the open door. Somebody comes up, asks you for your brother, and you ask the person who they are, what their name is, where they from. Are they the police? See stuff like that. I might not have thought about it. You know what I'm saying? But you end up, they end up. You see what happens tomorrow now. Because these people, they have me on for a minute, but we'll see if we get back on tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to go. I'm about to get some more session. I didn't really I didn't hit my target yet for the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna hit a couple more sets. You know what I'm saying? Uh, like I said, I got some things lined up here with the we're gonna step it back up. We're about to bring the music intros and everything back. You know what I'm saying? I downloaded all of my pictures. You know what I'm saying? All our little props that we had. So we're gonna be bringing it back. We're gonna be bringing back some of the fun stuff here in Random Jewels. You know what I'm saying? But you know, uh, well, I mean, how many people we got left? I'm sure most of y'all left by now. But look, if you made it this far, do each one, teach one. Hit the like button. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I saw a couple new names in there. Hopefully they subscribe. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but in the meantime, between time, I'm sign off and say peace. And if we get a situation where all systems go, we're gonna come on tomorrow for at least a short one. When if I get all my props and everything together. You know what I'm saying? Remember the days when we had the intros and the interludes and all of that, but it was just remember I had to be dealing with 70,000 wires. So I got a system now. Let's see what happens. But like I said,